All right, thank you. Please be seated. Do we have our interpreter on the line? Okay, great. Can the interpreter hear me?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, excellent. Here comes my computer. 1 second. This is the 11 a.m. initial appearance calendar from May 14th, 2025.
Este es el calendario de comparecencia inicial de las 11 de la mañana para el 14 de mayo del 2025.
The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the first calendar of the month will also apply to these hearings.
Las órdenes judiciales para la toma de huellas dactilares y muestras de ADN que se giraron en el primer calendario de este mes también van a aplicar a estas audiencias.
We will begin with Mr. Otamendi Gallardo. If you please come all the way to the podium.
Iniciamos con el señor Otamendi Gallardo. Si puede pasar al podio.
After that, Mr. Gomez Vasquez, will you wait in the chair by the door? You'll be next.
Después de eso, el señor Gómez Vázquez, si usted puede esperar en la silla que está al lado de la puerta, usted va a seguir a continuación.
All right, sir, may I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Señor, me da su fecha de nacimiento y su nombre completo, por favor.
12/19 del 2000.
12/19 of 2000.
What's your name, sir?
¿Y su nombre, señor?
Anthony Alexander Otamendi Gallardo.
Anthony Alexander Otamendi Gallardo.
All right, you've been arrested on the following allegations.
Bien, usted fue detenido sobre las siguientes pretensiones.
3 allegations of aggravated assault with a simulated deadly weapon.
3 pretensiones de acoso o agresión con agravantes, y esto es habiendo utilizado un arma mortífera simulada.
Each of those is a Class 3 felony.
Cada uno de esos puntos acusatorios es un delito mayor de clase 3.
Assault as a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Agresión como una falta de clase 1.
And disorderly conduct as a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Y conducta escandalosa, una falta de clase 1.
There is probable cause for those offenses, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you in this case.
Existe motivo fundado de procesamiento para estos ilícitos y voy a nombrar a un abogado para que le represente en este caso.
Your next court date will be a status conference on Tuesday, May 20th at 8:30 in the morning.
Su próxima audiencia judicial va a ser una consulta de actualización el día martes 20 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana.
Your preliminary hearing will be May 22nd at 8:30 in the morning.
Su audiencia preliminar va a ser el día 22 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana.
You have a $25,000 secured appearance bond in this case with other written conditions.
Usted va a tener una fianza, una caución real de $25,000 en este caso y otras medidas cautelares que van a estar por escrito.
Those conditions include electronic monitoring if you do post the bail.
Estas medidas cautelares van a incluir un monitoreo electrónico si usted deposita la fianza.
And orders not to return to the scene of the alleged crimes nor have any contact with the alleged victims.
También se va a ordenar que usted no regrese al presunto lugar de los hechos donde ocurrió este presunto ilícito y tampoco va a poder tener contacto con la persona presuntamente afectada.
You are not to possess any firearms.
Usted no puede estar en tenencia de ningún arma de fuego.
No drugs without a valid prescription and no alcohol.
Ninguna droga sin una receta vigente, nada de alcohol.
And you may not reside where the alleged victim resides. You must find a new residence if you do and provide proof to pretrial services within 24 hours of release.
También usted no puede radicar en la misma residencia que la presunta persona afectada. Si usted va a salir bajo fianza, debe de encontrar otro lugar en donde vivir y debe de mostrarle al Servicio de Control de Procesados un comprobante de su nueva vivienda dentro de 24 horas después de ser liberado.
It appears there are 3 victims in this case.
Y parece ser que hay 3 personas afectadas en este caso.
Everything you need to know is on your written orders. If you'll step to your left, the officer has your copy. Thank you.
Todo lo que usted tiene que saber va a estar por escrito en su orden. Puede pasar hacia su izquierda con el agente. Gracias.
Thank you.
Mr. Gomez Vasquez?
El señor Gómez Vázquez.
Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Hola, señor. ¿Me da su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento, por favor?
Robin Steven Gómez Vázquez, del 5 de abril del 1994.
Robin Steven Gómez Vázquez, April 5th of 1994.
All right, thank you. You are before the court on 1 new case and 3 probation cases.
Bien, se lo agradezco. Usted se encuentra ante esta juez debido a un caso nuevo y 3 casos de infracción de régimen a prueba.
In the new case, you have been accused of possessing narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony.
En el caso nuevo, se le está acusando de estar en tenencia de droga narcótica, un delito de clase 4.
And dangerous drugs, also a Class 4 felony.
Y también de droga nociva, también un delito de clase 4.
And possession of drug paraphernalia, which is a Class 6 felony.
Y de tenencia de adminículos para drogas, que es un delito de clase 6.
There is probable cause for those new offenses, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you.
Existe motivo fundado de procesamiento para estos ilícitos nuevos y voy a nombrar a un abogado para que le represente.
I am also appointing a lawyer in your probation cases because there will be petitions to revoke your probation filed in all 3 matters.
También le voy a nombrar a un abogado a que le represente en sus casos de régimen a prueba, porque se van a presentar pedimentos para revocar su régimen a prueba en los 3 casos.
I'm giving you 3 court dates next week. The first 2 are in your new case.
Le voy a dar 3 audiencias judiciales para la próxima semana y las primeras 2 van a ser para su caso nuevo.
That would be a status conference on May 20th at 8:30 in the morning.
Esto va a ser una consulta de actualización el día 20 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana.
And a preliminary hearing on May 22nd at 8:30 in the morning.
Y una audiencia preliminar el día 22 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana.
For all 3 probation matters, you will go to court on May 21st at 8:30 in the morning.
Para los 3 casos de régimen a prueba, usted va a presentarse en el tribunal el día 21 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana.
The court locations will be on your paperwork.
La ubicación del tribunal va a aparecer en su papeleo.
In each of your 3 probation cases, you have a $500 secured appearance bond.
En cada uno de los 3 casos de régimen a prueba, usted tiene una caución real de $500.
In the new case, your bond is $50 secured to make you eligible for credit for time in custody.
Para su caso nuevo, va a tener usted una caución real de $50. Eso es solamente para poder contarle el tiempo que usted está pasando detenido.
So your total bail is $1,550. If you post it, be sure to comply with all of your written conditions, including calling your probation officer after you get out.
En total, la fianza va a ser de $1,550. Si usted deposita la fianza, asegúrese de cumplir todas las medidas que van a estar por escrito, incluyendo que usted debe de llamar a su agente de probatoria después de haber sido liberado.
If you please step to your left, the officer has your paperwork.
Pásese a su izquierda, el agente tiene su papeleo.
All right, the interpreter can make a general call. I think that's everybody, but you never know.
Of course, Your Honor. ¿Se encuentra alguien más en la sala que requiere asistencia de un intérprete? Si hay alguien que necesite un intérprete, si puede levantar la mano.
Looks like we have no hands. All right. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thanks, Your Honor. You as well.
All right, let's start with Mr. Kendall Richardson, please, and then Elizabeth Peters. Will you go to the chair by the door? You'll be after Mr. Richardson. Right in here at the podium, sir? Podium? There you go. All right, sir, can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Kendall D. Richardson, 10/21/70.
All right, thank you. You're here on one new case, a warrant in a pending case, and a warrant in your probation case. I'm going to start with the new arrest. From yesterday, you are accused of possessing dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. It will be the same lawyer in this case that you have for your pending case, which is number 28 on the calendar. You've already been charged in that case with narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony. This warrant was issued on April 24th of this year after you missed a status conference. Finally, there was a petition to revoke filed in your probation case. That was filed back on May 12th, and it alleges that you violated terms 1, 3, and 15 of your probation. You're going to have a lawyer appointed for that case as well. All right, your court dates are as follows. In the brand new case and the pending case, you will have a status conference this coming Tuesday, May 20th at 8:30 in the morning. Then in the new case only, you're going to have you will have a preliminary hearing in both of those pending cases, May 22nd at 8:30 in the morning. In the probation case, you'll go in between those on May 21st at 8:30 for a revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing. Finally, in the new case, I'm also setting a bail eligibility hearing for you. And the reason you need a bail eligibility hearing in the new case is that you're not eligible for bail today. I have to hold you for a bail hearing because you've come in on a new felony charge while you have a felony charge pending. And the law says I cannot give you bail today. I must hold you for a bail hearing. So the bail hearing is in 1 week, May 21st at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's the evidentiary hearing on your paperwork. Your lawyer will explain what's going to happen there. So you don't have bail at all in the new case. In each of the older cases, the probation and the pending case, you have a $1,000 secured appearance bond, but you shouldn't try to post those if you're still being held in the probation case. Everything's on your paperwork, and you will be back in court next week. Good luck, sir. Ms. Peters? And then Kaylin Simon, will you please go to the chair? Hello, ma'am. May I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Elizabeth Ashley Peters, 12/29/1985.
All right, thank you. You are here on a new case and a pending case. In the new case, you've been accused of possessing dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, a Class 3 felony. Also, third-degree criminal trespass, which is a Class 3 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. It's going to be the same lawyer for your new case that you have for your older case. In your older case, you have already been charged with dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony. I've got to finish telling you why you're here. And drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. So in that case, a warrant was issued for your arrest out of a sentencing hearing on November, it looks like 6th, it might be 5th, it's a bad fact, but that's November. You missed your sentencing and there was a warrant put out for your arrest. So your next court date for both cases is going to be a status conference on May 20th. That is this Tuesday at 8:30 in the morning. In the new case, you still need a preliminary hearing as well, so that's being set for May 22nd at 8:30 in the morning. Finally, in the new case only, because you have come in on new felony charges while you have any pending felony case, I cannot give you bail today. Just like with the last defendant, I have to hold you for a bail hearing. The bail hearing will be in 7 days, which is May 21st, 1:30 in the afternoon. It is an evidentiary hearing. So on your paperwork, when you see that evidentiary hearing, that's your bail hearing in the new case, because you're not eligible for bail. You're being held in the new case. In the older case, the sentencing case, I'm going to affirm the $1,000 cash bond that your sentencing judge set for you with release conditions, but you shouldn't try to post that bond if you are still being held in the new case, because you wouldn't actually get out. You need to know the outcome of both, and you will be back in court next Tuesday for both. Okay? All right. If you step to your left, you've got your paperwork. Ms. Simon, and then Nicholas Polishuk, will you please go to the chair? Hello, ma'am. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Kaylin Nicole Simon, 9/15/94.
All right, thank you. You're here on an arrest warrant and a probation warrant. In the arrest warrant, you have been charged in a criminal complaint with 3 counts of possessing dangerous drugs. Those are Class 4 felonies. 1 count of possessing narcotic drugs. That's a Class 4 felony. And 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, which is a Class 6 felony. The alleged offense date for all of these is December 10th of 2023, and it looks like this comes out of the Glendale Police Department. You will get copies of police reports from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date in this new case is it's not that new. It's an older case that you have now been charged with. It's a status conference Tuesday, May 20th at 8:30 in the morning. Preliminary hearing May 22nd at 8:30, and the court address will be on your paperwork. You're also here on a probation warrant from Mojave County Superior Court. That court issued a warrant for your arrest on March 12th of 2024 because there was a petition to revoke your probation filed in Mojave County. So I will let them know they should give you a lawyer, and your arraignment hearing there is scheduled for May 19th at 8:30 in the morning. The Mojave County Court ordered that you were to be held without bond in this case, and as noted in my written order, this court affirms that order. So you do not have bail in the Mojave County case at all. In the Maricopa case, I'm just setting a $50 bond. We call it a placeholder. It's to make sure you are eligible for credit for time in custody in the Maricopa case, since you can't bond out in the Mojave case. Everything is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, the officer's going to give you a copy. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Polishuk, and then Tyler Reese. We go to the chair. And officer, if you're ready, I think counsel wants to appear on this one. I think counsel wants to appear, so we need somebody standing back there, please. Thank you. All right, sir, can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Nicholas Polishchuk, 41083.
All right, thanks. And the appearance of counsel, please?
Thank you, Honor. Brooke Gone, on behalf of the state.
All right, thank you. Mr. Polishuk, you were arrested on the following allegations. Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument, that's a Class 3 felony. Possession of dangerous drugs for sale, a Class 2 felony. 5 allegations of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, Class 4 felonies. Possession of dangerous drugs, Class 4 felony, and unlawful discharge of a firearm in the city limits, that's a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you in this case. You have 2 upcoming court dates. The first will be a status conference this Tuesday, May 20th at 8:30 in the morning in the Downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing May 22nd at 8:30. Before the court sets conditions of bail or release, what did the state want to recommend?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's asking for a $150,000 cash-only bond. This is based on the subject's prior felony convictions, including violent felony convictions. Our understanding is that he does not have a known residence at this time. He allegedly shot the victim twice, and she was seriously injured, requiring surgery. He was allegedly in possession of 5 firearms and a large amount of ammunition, and he is a prohibited possessor. We believe that he's an extremely dangerous individual, not only threatens the safety of the victim, but the community at large, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Polishuk, I've considered what's been alleged against you and your criminal history, which does not do you any credit on these facts. So what I'm seeing is, not counting the marijuana felony, at least 5. 1 is an ag assault, 3 are misconduct involving weapons. On the strength of these facts, this court believes that there's a strong weight of evidence against you on the violent offense, very strong. It doesn't mean you're going to be convicted, but it does increase the risk of flight, and it increases the chances that you may be dangerous if released, particularly to the alleged victim. Also, on the weapons charges alone, you face a 10-year presumptive sentence on a single weapon. With 3 priors, that could be aggravated. It's difficult to say, but you are facing mandatory prison in every one of these allegations. And so the flight risk is high. The court also believes there's a very significant risk factor. So I am setting bail in the amount of $150,000. That is cash only. Absolutely no contact with the alleged victim, not directly, not indirectly, whether you are in jail, whether you are out of jail. Also, I note that on the drug allegations, as I noted in my written order, it's entirely possible that you may have access to drug proceeds that could be used to post bail and flee the jurisdiction. And drug proceeds, by long line of case law, do not constitute adequate security for someone's appearance for criminal cases. So I factored that in as well. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Everything you need to know is going to be on your paperwork, and the officer should have that for you. All right, thank you.
May I
Do you want to be excused? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, and then I need Mr. Reese, and after that, Alden Moore, will you go to the chair? Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Tyler Matthew Reese, 8793.
Thank you. Here on a new case, you were arrested for aggravated assault by the impeding of breathing or strangulation in a domestic relationship. That is a Class 4 felony. Criminal trespass, a Class 6 felony. Criminal damage, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is a status conference, May 20th, which is this Tuesday at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing May 22nd at 8:30 in the same court. Your bond is $50,000, and it is cash only. If you post it, you will be on an ankle monitor under the supervision of pretrial services. You may not go to the scene of the alleged crimes. You may not, whether you are in or out of custody, have any contact with the alleged victim or her family members or her property, no contact with any complainants or witnesses, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. You are ordered to surrender all firearms in your possession to a local police agency within 24 hours of any release from jail. You must obey the terms of any and every order of protection or order against harassment that is served on you. Also, I recommend that you Google, as soon as you have access to a computer, the aggravated harassment statute that I included in your order. One violation of that could be booked as aggravated harassment. If it were, you would not be entitled to bail at this hearing. That can be one text, that can be one message that says, I love you. If a court finds that as harassment, you can be held without bail and potentially lose the $50,000 cash. Everything is on your paperwork. If you'll step to your left, the officer's going to give you a copy. Mr. Moore? And then Sarah Woodmer, will you go to the chair? I need Mr. Alden Moore in the courtroom, please. Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Morning. Alden Moore, April 4th, 1985.
Thank you. You have been arrested on allegations of aggravated assault as a Class 6 felony and tampering with evidence as a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is a status conference May 20th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing May 22nd at 8:30 in the same court. Your bond is $50,000. It is secured. That means you can use a bail bondsman. If you do, you will be on an ankle monitor under the supervision of pretrial services. You may not go to nor reside in any apartment complex where the alleged victim resides. No contact with him for any reason. You may not go to the scene of the alleged crimes. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Obey any order, protection, or order against harassment that may be served on you. If you step to your left, you get a copy of your...
Can I say something?
Mm-hmm.
I'm in this rehab center. So is there a way I can, OR or anything?
No, you
like
have
that?
to post bond, sir.
Okay, could you lower the bond?
This court will not know. There's a strong weight of evidence that suggests that you stabbed the alleged victim, sir, and you've got an extensive criminal history. And the police allege that you have a beef against this guy. So the only way you're going to be in that rehab is if you post a bail first, or talk to your lawyer about filing a motion to get your trial judge to lower the bond. This court believes that is the minimum amount necessary to keep the community and that alleged victim safe.
Oh, so you said I did what? Or what was it?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
What was the charge again?
Right now, it's aggravated assault as a Class 6 felony and tampering with evidence a Class 6 felony. I don't know why they didn't book you on the Class 3 aggravated assault. They definitely have probable cause that you were the one with the knife, but presumably they are still investigating. But this court has considered that there is a weight of evidence that strongly suggests you were the one with the knife. You have 4 priors. At least one of them is aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument. That is the basis for the bail amount. Talk to your lawyer about those things. If you step to your left, you get a copy of your paperwork. Ms. Woodburn? And then Zachary Zaran, will you please go to the chair? Hello, ma'am. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Sarah Widmer, May 2nd, 2001.
Thank you. You're here on a new case. You were arrested on allegations of stalking as a Class 3 felony, criminal damage as a Class 4 felony, and harassment by communication, a Class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for all of those things, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date will be a status conference, Tuesday, May 20th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing May 22nd at 8:30 in the same court. Your bond is $25,000. It is secured. If you post it, you will be on an electronic ankle monitor under the supervision of pretrial services. You may not, whether you are in or out of jail, have any contact with the alleged victim, not directly, not indirectly. You may not go to the scene of any of the alleged crimes. You may not possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, no alcohol. You have to obey the terms of any and every order of protection or order against harassment that has been served on you. You also need to read the aggravated harassment statute that's cited in your paperwork, or have somebody read it to you after they look it up on the internet. A single act of harassment, much less the thousands that are alleged in the Form 4, a single act committed in violation of a no-contact order that is found to be harassment, which could be one text that says, "I love you," or "I'm sorry." If a court finds that to be harassment, you will be held without bail when you are seen on the felony charge. You might get bail later, but you do not initially qualify for bail. So talk to your lawyer about any and all of that, but you are not to have any contact with the alleged victim. If you step to your left, you get a copy of your paperwork. Mr. Zaran, Zachary Zaran. And then Winton Ashley, we go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Zachary Allen Zaran, May 24th of 1994.
Thank you. You're here on a grand jury warrant because you've been indicted on a case from just about a week ago. My guess is they missed the in-custody filing deadline, or they just chose to go straight to grand jury, but it's what you were alleged to have possessed back on the 5th when you were arrested on, I believe, a different grand jury warrant. So the charges are 2 counts of dangerous drug possession, 1 count of narcotic drug possession. Those are Class 4 felonies. Also drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. And it looks like the indictment was handed down 2 days ago. The alleged offense date is May 5th, and this comes out of the Scottsdale Police Department. So you get a copy of police reports and the charges from your lawyer. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. You should end up with the same lawyer in this case that you have for your other case.
Yeah, I have a lawyer.
And you're going to be arraigned on this new indictment on the 21st, which is 1 week from today at 8:30 in the morning. I'm affirming the bail set by the grand jury judge. It is $5,000 secured with release conditions. If you post it, comply with all of those. Don't miss your court dates. He's got your paperwork for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ashley, Winton Ashley. And then Cedric Smith, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. There you go. Thank you. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Oh, Winton Ashley, August 4th, 1989.
All right, thanks. You're here on a probation warrant. You're on probation for a Class 6 felony, and the probation department has already filed a petition to revoke in your case that was filed a couple days ago. The petition alleges that you violated terms 4 and 15. You'll get a copy of that from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is in the downtown probation court on May 21st, 1 week from today at 8:30 in the morning. I'm affirming the bond set by the probation judge. It is $1,000 secured with written conditions. If you bond out, comply with all of those. He's got your paperwork for you. Thank you. Mr. Smith. And then Robert Torres, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
My name is Cedric Smith. My date of birth is December 10th, 1969.
All right, thank you. You're here on one new case and a warrant from the South Mountain Justice Court. I'm going to start with your new case. You got arrested for possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, taking contraband into a correctional facility, that's a Class 5 felony, and evidence tampering or destruction, which is a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. In your other case, there is a warrant out for you in a theft misdemeanor case. It's theft. You've been charged as a Class 1 misdemeanor. The alleged offense date is November 19th of 2024. This warrant was issued for failure to appear, and it was issued February 13th of 2025. All right, your court dates will be In the theft case, the Justice Court case, that's your first one. It's this Monday, May 19th at 8:30 in the morning, which is 5 days from now. The next day, May 20th at 8:30, you're going to have a status conference in the new case, followed by a preliminary hearing in the new case, May 22nd at 8:30 in the morning. In the new case, your bond is $1,000 secured. In the theft case, it is $500 secured. So that's $1,500 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your written conditions. If you step to your left, he's got a copy of those for you. Thank you.
That's the only way I can get out?
You post the bond, that's how you get out.
$1,500?
Correct. All right, Mr. Torres, you can go ahead and come in. He's got your paperwork for you.
Is there any way I can get a reduced bond?
Yes, talk to your lawyer about a motion to do that. This court believes you're not likely to appear.
All right.
Mr. Torres? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Robert Anthony Torres, 10/24/91.
Thank you. You're here on a probation warrant. You're on probation for a Class 3 felony. And there was a petition to revoke your probation filed on May 9th, so about 5 days ago. The petition alleges that you violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation. You'll get a copy of it from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is in the downtown probation court, May 21st at 8:30 in the morning, which is 1 week from today. And I'm affirming the bond set by the probation judge for you. That is $750 secured with written release conditions. If you bond out, comply with all of those and call your PO within 72 hours. He's got your paperwork. Thank you.
Okay, so let's go to court next week, and
you have to bond out and then get yourself to court. If you don't bond out, the sheriffs will take you over for court next week. All right, Ms. Barnes. And then Amanda Dioyos. Will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Yeah, Molly Jane Barnes, April 24, 1997.
I think you are here on a new case, also on an arrest warrant issued in connection with a case that got filed from last year. So I'm going to start with a brand new case from yesterday. Okay. You got arrested for possessing narcotic and dangerous drugs. Those are Class 4 felonies. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. In the older case, you got formally charged in a criminal complaint with 1 count of possessing narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. The alleged offense date for the older case is November 6th of 2024, and it looks like it comes out of the Glendale Police Department.
It was dropped.
I'm sorry?
I believe that one was dropped. I got
it was not immediately filed, the formal charge, and so they call that scratching. Dropped doesn't mean anything. There's a 7-year statute of limitations. Oh. So it just means they were almost certainly waiting for lab results. So a lot of people think it was dropped and it's gone forever. It just means it was not immediately pursued by the county attorney's office, almost certainly because they were waiting for lab results. They get the lab results back. If they don't have a working address for you, it can turn into a warrant. But you haven't missed any court dates in that case.
No, I haven't.
So we don't hold that against you. We hold some of your other failures to appear against you. And that includes your Phoenix case, where you appear to not be showing up. So in each of these 2 cases, you do have a $500 secured appearance bond and written release conditions. If you bond out, you need to comply with all of those. Do not miss your court dates in felony cases. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. To the extent that you have any belongings at this hotel where you were arrested, you can do a civil standby to collect them. Wasn't it a motel?
Yeah.
Okay. You can do a civil standby to collect belongings from the motel, but you cannot otherwise go back there. So it's $1,000 total for the 2 cases, same court dates for the 2 cases. They're on your paperwork. They're both next week. If you step to your left, you get that.
So am I getting released?
You have to post bond. It's $500. It is secured.
Okay. Okay. So I've never I've never missed my court dates or anything, and if I did, I have like medical. I've been in and out of the hospital and stuff.
Ma'am, I'm not able to verify any of that, and I'm not planning to take your word on it because there's strong probable cause that you had a significant amount of meth, that you're probably addicted to meth. That makes honestly your promises on that extremely unreliable. So the risk assessment score comes up. I'm setting this for you. You've got at least 1 felony prior and a motive to be less than truthful in this case. So it's $500 per case. If you bond out, comply with your conditions, don't miss your court date.
Okay, so it's $1,000
total, yes. Okay. Ms. Dioyos, And then Andrew White, will you go to the chair? Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
9/29/87, and it's Samantha Monique, last name spelled Deollos.
Okay, thank you. You're here on a bench warrant from probation court. Bench warrant means you failed to appear, and this was at a revocation arraignment that was scheduled for April 7th of this year. You've already had a lawyer appointed, and we're going to reschedule that revocation arraignment hearing for May 21st at 8:30 in the morning, which is 1 week from today. I am affirming the bond set by the probation judge, which is $250. It is secured. If you bond out, comply with all of your written conditions and call your PO within 72 hours. He's got your paperwork for you. Thank you. Mr. White, and then Raul Perez, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Andrew Travis White, February 6, 1990.
Thank you. You're here on one bench warrant in your probation case and one in a pending case. I'm going to start with the pending case, which is number 7 on the calendar. You failed to appear at a status conference on April 21st, and a warrant was issued for your arrest. You've already had a lawyer appointed, and your next court date is going to be a status conference on May 20th, which is this Tuesday, 8:30 in the morning. That's in the downtown Superior Court, and the address is on your paperwork. In the probation case, you failed to appear at a revocation arraignment hearing on April 17th. You've already had counsel appointed. Your court date in probation court is now May 21st, which is 8:30 in the morning. Also next week, that'll be on your paperwork. Your bond in each of the 2 cases is $500 secured for $1,000 total. If you post bond, comply with your conditions. Do not miss your court dates. Call your PO. He's got your paperwork. Mr. Perez? And then Terrence Valentine, we go to the chair, please.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. May I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Yes, Raul Perez, 8275.
Thank you. You're here on one new case and a probation warrant. In the new case, you were arrested for possessing drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, and criminal trespass, a Class 3 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. I'm also appointing a lawyer in your probation case. You're on probation for a Class 3 felony, and based on this new arrest, the probation department will be filing a petition to revoke your probation.
Probation warrant?
Sorry?
Probation warrant?
It's not a warrant. I'm sorry. If I said warrant, it's a term 1 hold, and that means you came in on a new charge. Probation, by policy, they notify the court that they are going to file a petition to revoke, because by policy, when you come in on the new charge, they have to file the petition to revoke. So they're notifying you and the court. Now, there's going to be a petition to revoke filed between now and your next court date. You will get a copy of that petition from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you. So, sir, I'm trying to get through your court dates. Your next court date in the new case is Tuesday, May 20th at 8:30 in the morning. The preliminary hearing, May 22nd at 8:30. In between those, on Wednesday, May 21st at 8:30, you will go to probation court for the revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. Your bond in the probation case is $250 secured. In the new case, it is $50 secured to make you eligible for credit for time in custody. That is $300 total. If you post bond, comply with all of your written conditions. Do not miss your court dates. Call your PO within 72 hours. If you step to your left, you get a copy of that paperwork. Good luck, sir.
So am I getting out?
If you post $300. Step to your left, sir.
Mom.
Mr. Valentine? And then April Miller, will you go to the chair, please? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
That was Valentine, 2/11/1982.
All right, thank you. You're here on 2 different failure to appear warrants from 2 justice courts. One is a pending case, one is a post-conviction case. In the pending case, this is going out of the Arrowhead Justice Court. You've been charged with criminal speeding, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and driving on a suspended license, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and criminal speeding, which is a Class 3 misdemeanor. Your arraignment hearing is scheduled in the Arrowhead Justice Court for this Monday, May 19th at 8:30 in the morning. That's in the Arrowhead Justice Court. The address will be on your paperwork. There's also a warrant out for you from Santan Justice Court for failing to appear in a driving on suspended license case. You've already been convicted. This warrant issued April 1st of 2025. Your arraignment hearing there also scheduled Monday, May 19th at 8:30 in the morning. I'll tell you what to do in a moment. And court records show very clearly you got an OR release from this jail in February and you failed to appear. So you're getting bond in both cases. I will give you a chance to talk. In the pending case, $100 secured. In the post-conviction case, $50 secured. That is $150 total plus written conditions. Now, what did you want to say?
Listen, I know it's on me, but I got my court date mixed up for May, thinking it was May the 18th, and I was going to go make a payment plan. I mean,
so I'm sorry, that's just not remotely credible. You stood in front of a judge here on February 22nd. You were given court dates. They were on paper. None of them had a whiff of May on them. That was February 22nd. Right. It was a March court date. You just simply didn't go.
You're right.
So you burned your OR. It was not enough to show you that you cannot blow it off. It's not a doctor's appointment. So it's $150. It's to get you to go. I don't think you're dangerous. I think you're not going to go. So if you post it, great. If you don't, you're going to have court in 5 days from the jail. It's video court. If you post, you need to get on the phone with one of these courts right away and get your court date moved, because we put them together when you get a bond so that you can do video court on the same day. If you do make bond, you need to call one of the courts and get the court date moved. But if you don't bond out, it's not your problem because you're going to have video on the same day. $150. Step 2 left, get paperwork. Thank you. Ms. Miller? And Stephanie Breeden, will you go to the chair? Where's April Miller, please? Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please? What's your name, ma'am?
April Miller.
What's your date of birth?
9181.
All right, thank you. Here in a new case, you got booked in on an allegation of theft of a means of transportation. It's a Class 3 felony. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is a status conference, May 28th at 8:30 in the morning, which is in 2 weeks. Preliminary hearing, May 30th at 8:30 in the same court. You do not appear to have any criminal history. The police didn't find any. Pretrial didn't find any. So on that, and plus you apparently know this person.
I do.
So I'm releasing you. I'm following the risk assessment that says it's okay to release you on your own recognizance, but you cannot have any contact with this person. That can still land you no bond in the jail for aggravated harassment. Okay. So no contact with that person. If she contacts you, you do not respond.
Now, what do I do about my things? Because
you have things in the car?
No, and the her house.
Okay, okay. What I'll do is I'm going to give you a civil standby. Give me a second to retype it. We'll have to reprint it. With law enforcement.
Thank you.
Is permitted to collect belongings from the vehicle and or the alleged. Somebody decompensating back there? So, one civil standby with law enforcement is permitted to collect belongings from the vehicle and or the alleged victim's residence. So that means you have to call the police department that has jurisdiction over wherever she lives. I don't know if it's Glendale or not. So she lives in Phoenix, you got to call Phoenix PD. Okay. Tell them that you need a civil standby. They will want to see your orders. So you have to show them the orders before they will do it. Everything else is on your paperwork. Don't miss your court dates. And you have to obey any order of protection that's been served on you. I know a couple have. I don't know if it's from this alleged victim. It doesn't matter. You still have to comply with those to be in compliance with this case. We'll send you paperwork, and you'll be all done for today. Hey, officer. And will you balance? Ms. Breeden, will you come to the podium?
Probation, the address was on file.
Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Stephanie Breeden, and July 31st, 1982.
Okay, thanks. You're here on an arrest warrant for an older case. You've not missed any court dates. It just got charged maybe like 6 months after it happened. So you've been charged with theft of means, a Class 3 felony, and trafficking of stolen property, a Class 3 felony. The alleged offense date is June 28th of 2023, and you will get a copy of that from your lawyer. It looks like it comes out of Phoenix Police Department. So I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your status conference is May 28th at 8:30. That's 2 weeks from now. Preliminary hearing, May 30th at 8:30. Everything is on your paperwork. Okay. And you have not missed any court dates in this case. You do have some criminal history, but this is a property crime, and the criminal history is drug paraphernalia. So I'm going to release you. Okay. Do not have any contact with the alleged victim. Do not respond to any contact from the alleged victim. No weapons. You are a prohibited possessor. Do not miss your court dates. Okay?
I won't. I'll be
Check
there.
that to get your paperwork. All right, Mr. Valentine, you can come back in. Sure. Hey, Mr. Valentine. Look, I don't normally do this, and in fact, people having tantrums in the back generally doesn't influence me at all. In your case, I am going to change my mind and release you, and I do not do that, right? Am I like the meanest person down here? Here's why I'm doing it, sir. I want to tell you why I'm doing it. Number one, you took it like a grown-up. You took it like a grown-up. You didn't do this. I mean, maybe you're doing that for my benefit. I don't know. Normally, look, you don't go, I stick you with it. You didn't go. I know these are misdemeanors, all right? I know they are. And I don't think somebody who, I'm at least buying what you're selling, that you don't have this money and you think you're stuck in jail over $150. I don't actually want to hold you for $150. I want to make it a pain in the butt for you to post bail so you don't do this again. But I don't actually want to see you held for $150. I want you to figure out you came that close to it happening, so you'll go. I just want you to go. I don't enjoy holding people on misdemeanors, but these justice courts get very, very mad, and I understand why. And I'm leaving on here that I know you FTA'd. I know you did, but I'm giving you a do-over anyway because I recognize this is not the crime of the century or even the month or the day. But you need to go. It is not a doctor's appointment. It's not a dentist appointment. If I see, just one second, I need to not appoint counsel. Sorry. I was giving you a lawyer over the bond. So just one second. I got to reprint one more time. But honestly, mostly because you took it like a grown-up, and most people who are portraying their fear and outrage, they do it right here. And so, like, I don't know, whatever, I'm buying it. Maybe you're getting over on me, maybe you're not. But I'm going to let you out because what I take away from your behavior is you really might be stuck in jail for 5 days over $150. And I'm not going to do that. I want you to go. If I see 2 names on here, even this is not going to stop me from giving you a vote. So you just got to go. It's just a misdemeanor. For the love of God, will you please go? All right. You are released. If you'll step to your left, we're going to process out your paperwork. We can see every time you come through the jail on these. So please go. If you step to your left.
Will. Thank you so much.
All right. Good luck, sir.
You have a great day.
You too. Hey, Juan. How's it going? Yeah. Let the record reflect I was just nice. All right, we got Mr. Zadelko? All right. Right here, sir. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Travis Stephen Zadelko, 1989.
April 10th?
April 10th, 1989, yes.
All right, sir. You're here on a new case and also a warrant. So I'm going to start with a new case. You got arrested for 2 allegations of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person. Those are Class 4 felonies. Also, escape in the 2nd degree as a Class 5 felony.
What was the Class 5?
Right. And under Arizona law, it is the identical crime to try to escape as well as to successfully escape. And so, in any event, trying is the same crime as succeeding when it comes to escape. So just because you didn't successfully escape, they're accusing you of trying. Alrighty. There is probable cause for those. I am appointing a lawyer for you. It's going to be the same person that you have in your pending case. You've already been charged with burglary in the 2nd degree, a Class 3 felony, and possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, Class 4 felony. Court records show there was a guilty verdict returned in your absence. So you have been convicted. The law says you are now convicted in that case, although you are not sentenced. So it remains open and pending, which is relevant in a moment. And this warrant issued July 17, 2024, after the guilty verdict was returned. So in the new case, the one from yesterday, you're going to go for a total of 3 court hearings. A status conference Tuesday, May 20th at 8:30, with a preliminary hearing May 22nd at 8:30. In between those, you are going to have a bail eligibility hearing. And that is because you're not eligible for bail today in the new case because the other case remains open and pending. It's open and pending until you're sentenced, which means if you come in on new felonies with any open case, you must be held for a bail hearing. I can't give you bail. In a week, if the judge makes certain findings, they might find you eligible for bail. They may not, but that happens at the bail eligibility hearing, which is an evidentiary hearing. Then you do have to go for a status conference in front of your sentencing judge. That's going to be May 27th at 8:30. That ain't 10 days. What's that about? Is it? Unless I'm very, very bad at math. We're the 14th? Oh, is it? Oh, because it's Memorial Day. Okay. Sorry, Memorial Day. You're not going to end up sentenced in that case, though, until the new case resolves, but you do have to get a status conference in front of your sentencing judge. Your lawyer can help get all those dates brought together. All right, and in that case, the trial court ordered that you are to be held without bond, which means that he made a finding that you are, in all reasonable probability, you're going to prison in that case, and so he ordered you held no bond. So you don't have bond in either case right now. You will end up with the same lawyer, and you'll be back in court next week. All right? If you step to your left, you get your paperwork. Thank you. All right, and so on Brian Davis, will you roll back to yesterday's 11? I did an amended order. It just needs to be closed out and printed. All right, so officer, I've got Brian Davis and Vanessa Gomez as house calls. Are they not physically present in court because they've been isolated as potential risks to themselves or others?
That is correct.
All right, and I will conduct those initial appearances in-house, in person, immediately following this recording. And I'll advise Mr. Brian Christopher Davis, born 6/28 of 82, that he's back in court because New Mexico has a total of 3 outstanding warrants against him, and they have confirmed all 3 of them. Yesterday, he was seen on the 11 a.m. calendar, and I did recognize, because jurisdictions do this differently, we get different answers from the Sheriff's Information Management people about how to handle this, but I basically did a combined bond for all 3 outstanding New Mexico warrants that New Mexico had entered into the NCIC under 1 single entry instead of 3. In the meantime, I guess Sheriff's Office and or New Mexico determined that they would, they're trying to extradite on all 3 warrants. So we've now, he's now been page 2 arrested with the other 2 warrants. So I'm going to roll back and amend the warrant from yesterday to change that bond to $10,000 because I've given him $25,000, but I intended that to cover all 3 cases. So it's going to be $10,000 on the one from yesterday's 11 a.m. calendar, but then on this one, number 1 on the calendar, as noted in my written order, this one is a failure to appear on a criminal damage charge, and I'm going to give him a $5,000 bail. Same court date, June 2nd, 1:30 in the afternoon. He did not waive extradition yesterday, and I have no reason to think that he would today, plus he ended up as a house call, so he can't do that in court on the record. And the other one, number 2 on today's calendar, that one was for battery on a peace officer, so that bond will be $10,000, as will be the one from yesterday. So yesterday's bond changed to $10,000. Today's are $10,000 on number 2 plus $5,000 on number 1 for, again, the aggregate total of $25,000 secured. All right, and I tried to make some notes that would make that clear to subsequent judges and to the parties in the case. All right, I will explain all that to Mr. Davis, and we will give him another copy of his extradition rights, as we always do. All right, Ms. Gomez, born 8/2 of 91, tearing a new case, and she got booked in for criminal trespass, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for that. Also, drug paraphernalia, possession of Class 6 felony. I did not find probable cause for that for purposes of intent only. I am appointing a lawyer for her, and her status conference will be May 20 at 8:30 with a preliminary hearing May 22 at 8:30. And on the criminal trespass charge, I am setting bail in the amount of $250 secured, and that is because Ms. Gomez does not have a good record of going to court, and she has a significant criminal history. She does have a maximum risk assessment score. If anything changes after I conduct these initial appearances in-house, I will come back and update my formal written order. It is not the court's intention to update the recording. My final order will reflect the court's ultimate decision in each case, and we will stand in recess until 2 p.m.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Okay, thank you.
Honor Sylvia Fisher, court interpreter.
Good afternoon, Ms. Fisher. Thank you for joining us.
Of course.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Commissioner Hughes. This is the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar for Wednesday, May 14th.
Buenas tardes a todos. Soy la comisionada Hughes. Estas son las vistas iniciales de las 2 de la tarde para el 14 de mayo, que es un miércoles.
The court's orders for the taking of DNA samples and fingerprints issued on the first calendar of May will apply to the hearings on this calendar.
Las órdenes judiciales en cuanto a la toma de huellas dactilares y las muestras de ADN que se emitieron durante la primera lista de causas durante este mes también se aplicarán a todas las audiencias del día de hoy.
Okay, as we get started in here this afternoon, I will call each of you into the courtroom one at a time.
Para esta tarde voy a convocar a cada uno de ustedes para que ingrese a la sala de forma individual.
I will ask one of you to stand behind this gray podium here in front of me in the courtroom. I will ask the next 2 people I intend to call into the courtroom to line up in the 2 chairs right inside this door facing all of you.
Voy a pedir que la primera persona ingrese al centro de la sala y que se ponga de pie detrás del podio de color gris que está delante de mí. Luego voy a decir los 2 nombres adicionales de las siguientes 2 personas. Estas personas deben tomar asiento en las sillas que se encuentran por la puerta.
If you would please listen for your name and follow it through the chairs, I assure you all it will make this calendar move much faster and everybody can get to where they need to be after this calendar a little bit sooner.
Por favor, deben esperar y escuchar sus nombres, deben sentarse en las sillas si es necesario. Así podemos proceder con estas audiencias de forma más rápida y todos pueden llegar a donde desean estar si lo hacemos de esta manera, porque sería más rápido así.
Once you work your way into the courtroom and you're behind the podium, I will start by asking you to state your full name and date of birth, and then I will explain to you why you're here this afternoon.
Después de ingresar a la sala y pararse detrás del podio, les voy a pedir que me den su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento. Luego les voy a explicar la razón por la cual se encuentran aquí esta tarde.
You all have the right to the assistance of counsel in a criminal case. When you're in the courtroom, I will tell you whether you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, sometimes called a public defender.
Todos ustedes tienen el derecho a ser representados por un abogado en un caso de materia penal. Al ingresar a la sala les voy a decir si califican para un abogado de oficio, que también se llama un abogado de defensa pública.
But whether or not you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, you always retain the right to hire a private lawyer if you choose to.
Y si ustedes califican o no para un abogado de oficio, siempre tienen el derecho a contratar a su propio abogado.
After we talk about lawyers, I will give you the next court hearing dates and times that you'll be required to attend after this court hearing.
Después de hablar acerca de la representación letrada, les voy a decir cuáles van a ser sus siguientes citas judiciales, la fecha y la hora a las que ustedes deberían asistir después de esta audiencia.
And the last thing that we'll do while you're in the courtroom is talk about whether you are legally eligible for release from custody, and if you are, on what terms and conditions you can be released.
Luego de hablar acerca de eso dentro de la sala, les voy a decir si reúne los requisitos de forma legal para estar puestos en libertad y en caso que sí, cuáles serían las condiciones de esa libertad.
In addition to that right to the assistance of counsel, you all also have the right to remain silent. Anything that you do choose to say in the courtroom this afternoon can be used against you.
Además de su derecho a tener la asistencia de un abogado, también tiene derecho a guardar silencio. Todo lo que digan dentro de la sala esta tarde se puede usar en su contra en el futuro.
Unless you have made arrangements with a private defense lawyer, there will not be a lawyer in the courtroom this afternoon for purposes of your defense.
A menos que hayan hecho los arreglos necesarios para contratar a un abogado de forma particular, no tendrán a ningún abogado dentro de la sala esta tarde para su defensa.
Because there won't be a lawyer in here for you, and because anything you say could be used against you, I will strongly caution all of you not to make any statements regarding the facts about why you're here.
Ya que no habrá ningún abogado dentro de la sala y ya que se puede usar todo lo que digan en su contra en el futuro, les quiero que tengan cuidado en cuanto a las declaraciones que digan en cuanto a los hechos del caso por la razón por la cual se encuentran aquí.
Last thing before we get started, all the information that you get while you're in the courtroom will be contained in a written document called a release order that you will get a copy of when you step back into that room.
Finalmente, antes de comenzar, todo lo que yo les digo se va a figurar en la documentación que van a recibir, que es una orden de libertad. Recibirán una copia antes de ingresar nuevamente al cuarto.
So please don't feel like you need to memorize the information you're getting in the courtroom, but please keep that paperwork with you wherever you go from here so you still have access to all the information you got while you were in the courtroom.
No deben sentir como si tuvieran la necesidad de memorizar toda la información. Toda la información va a figurar en la documentación. Deben guardar ese documento para tener acceso a esa información que yo les voy a dar mientras están en la sala.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Can I please have Danger Montesino Gonzalez into the courtroom behind the podium? Luis Roca Araujo, if you would take a seat in the chair right inside the door.
Primero vamos a comenzar con Danger Montesino González. Por favor, ingrese a la sala y párese detrás del podio. Luego, Luis Rocha Araujo, tome asiento en la silla.
And also, if I could get Jesus Padilla in the second chair right inside the door, please.
Y Jesús Padilla también al asiento.
Okay, sir, can I please have your full name and date of birth after the translation?
Señor, por favor, su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento después de la interpretación.
Daniel Montesino González, 03 de 17 de 1995.
Danger Montesino González, 3/17/1995.
Thank you very much, sir. You are here on an allegation of a new charge. That allegation is one count of organized retail theft, a Class 4 felony.
Gracias, señor. Usted se encuentra aquí por una acusación que tiene que ver con un nuevo caso. Esa acusación es robo organizado en tiendas, delito de clase 4.
I have found probable cause to support that allegation, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you.
Determino que hay fundamento de procesamiento en cuanto a la acusación en su contra y le he designado un abogado de Defensoría Pública para representarlo en su caso.
Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 20th and then a preliminary hearing May 22nd, both at 8:30 in the morning in the Superior Court downtown.
Sus siguientes citas judiciales son una audiencia de actualización el 20 de mayo y una audiencia preliminar el 22 de mayo. Las dos audiencias a las 8:30 de la mañana en el Tribunal Superior que se encuentra en el centro.
On this allegation, I have imposed a $10,000 cash-only bond.
Con respecto a esta acusación, voy a fijar una fianza de $10,000 que solamente se puede pagar en efectivo.
If you post that bond and you are released from custody, you cannot return to the scene where the underlying events allegedly took place or have contact with any witnesses.
Si usted llega a pagar la fianza y si se lo pone en libertad, no puede regresar al lugar donde supuestamente se llevó a cabo la acusación subyacente. No puede tener contacto con ningún testigo.
You also cannot have contact with any alleged co-defendants, and you cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription if you're released from custody.
Tampoco puede tener contacto con cualquier coacusado, no puede tener en su poder ninguna droga sin una receta vigente si se le pone en libertad.
Do you understand those conditions?
¿Comprende usted las condiciones?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. You can head back to your lesson and get your paperwork.
Gracias, señor. Puede pasar a su lado izquierdo y recoger su documentación.
Next, may I please have Luis Roca Araujo into the courtroom, please.
Luis Rocha Araujo, dentro de la sala, señor.
Good afternoon, sir. Can I please have your full name and date of birth?
Buenas tardes, señor. Por favor, su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento.
Luis Humberto Rocha Araujo, 30 de abril del 85.
Luis Humberto Rocha Araujo, April 30th, 85.
Thank you very much, sir. And if I could ask you to please remove your hat while you're standing at the podium.
Gracias, señor. Quítese el sombrero.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I understand that I have a lawyer from the Attorney General's office that wishes to appear in this case. Assuming that's true, can I please have appearance of counsel for the state?
Comprendo que hay un abogado de la Fiscalía General del Estado. Por favor, su nombre.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Alexander Sweeney on behalf of the Attorney General's office.
Buenas tardes, su señoría. Alexander Sweeney de la Fiscalía General del Estado.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sweeney. As you can hear, we are using an interpreter. You did great that time. I'll just ask that you pause in between speaking and speak in sort of smaller chunks so that the interpreter is able to provide her services.
Buenas tardes, señora Sweeney. Ya que sabe, estamos usando los servicios de la intérprete. Usted lo hizo muy bien, pero quiero que tome pausas mientras habla y si puede hablar en porciones cortas para que la intérprete tenga la oportunidad de brindar sus servicios.
Okay, sir, you are here on allegations of new charges.
Ok, señor, usted se encuentra aquí por acusaciones nuevas.
Those allegations are one count of narcotic drug possession for sale, one count of narcotic drug possession for transportation or sale, both class 2 felonies.
Esas acusaciones incluyen lo siguiente: un punto acusatorio de tenencia de drogas narcóticas para venta y también tenencia de drogas narcóticas para su transporte o venta. Son delitos. I'm sorry, Your Honor, with those F2s?
Yes.
Delitos de clase 2.
You're also here on allegations of one count of narcotic drug possession, one count of use of an electronic communication in a drug transaction, both class 4 felonies.
También se encuentra aquí por tenencia de drogas narcóticas y también uso de un medio electrónico en una transacción de drogas, delito de clase 4.
One count of assisting in a criminal syndicate and one count of forgery, also class 4 felonies.
También usted se encuentra aquí por la colaboración con un sindicato criminal y también falsificación, son delitos de clase 4.
Last, one count of resisting arrest, that is a class 6 felony.
Y por último, un punto acusatorio de desobediencia ante la autoridad policial, delito de clase 6.
Based on my review of the factual allegations against you provided to me by law enforcement, I am inclined to find probable cause to support all of these allegations.
Según mi revisión de todos los hechos que tiene, las acusaciones fácticas que fueron presentadas por la policía, estoy dispuesta a determinar que hay fundamento de procesamiento en cuanto a las acusaciones en su contra.
Before I do that, however, Ms. Sweeney, is there anything the state wishes the court to consider outside of what's contained in the Form 4 in regards to probable cause?
Antes de hacer eso, señora Sweeney, quiero saber si hay algo que usted quisiera agregar en cuanto a los hechos, aparte de lo que se incluyó en el formulario número 4 para determinar si hubo fundamento de procesamiento.
Not to probable cause, Your Honor. I did submit a bond recommendation. I'm not sure if you got it.
No con respecto al fundamento de procesamiento, pero presenté una recomendación en cuanto a la fianza. No sé si usted la recibió.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sweeney. I do have that, and we'll get to that, the elements of that recommendation here in just a minute.
Ok, gracias, señora Sweeney. Sí recibí la recomendación y vamos a revisarla en conjunto en un momento.
Okay, I have found probable cause to support the allegations against you, and I have appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you.
Bien, determino que hay fundamento de procesamiento en cuanto a las acusaciones en su contra. Voy a designar a la Oficina de Defensoría Pública para representarlo.
Your next court hearings on these allegations will be a status conference May 20th and then a preliminary hearing May 22nd, both of them at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown.
Sus siguientes citas judiciales en cuanto a las acusaciones en su contra son una audiencia de actualización el 20 de mayo, una audiencia preliminar el 22 de mayo. Las dos audiencias a las 8:30 de la mañana en el Tribunal Superior que se encuentra en el centro.
Okay, now before I consider or impose release conditions, I will tell you I did receive a written recommendation from the state's lawyer that requests a $150,000 cash-only bond.
Antes de considerar cuáles van a ser sus condiciones de libertad y antes de imponerlas, he recibido una recomendación escrita de parte de la Fiscalía que recomienda una fianza que asciende a $150,000 que solamente se puede pagar en efectivo.
Ms. Sweeney, now is the state's opportunity to provide any argument or recommendations that you would like the court to consider or that you wish to be heard on the record.
Señora Sweeney, ahora es la oportunidad de la Fiscalía para presentar sus argumentos y recomendaciones, lo que usted quiere que el juzgado considere y usted puede asentar esa información en el acta.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defendant had approximately 6.5 pounds of fentanyl pills on several different occasions where he sold them to a confidential informant.
Gracias, su señoría. El acusado tenía aproximadamente 6,5 libras de pastillas de fentanilo en diferentes ocasiones que cuando él vendió esas drogas a un informante confidencial.
The deal that he made with the confidential informant was to sell those pills at approximately 55 cents a pill, which would have been a total value of roughly $17,000.
Él hizo un trato con el informante confidencial para vender a cada una de las pastillas a un precio aproximado de 55 centavos por cada una de ellas. El valor total sería de $17,000.
Additionally, the defendant is not a legal resident of the United States. He is here illegally, and he attempted to flee from the police when they tried to arrest him.
Además, el acusado no tiene la residencia legal de los Estados Unidos. Él se encuentra aquí de forma ilegal y trató de huir de la policía cuando la policía intentó detenerlo.
So based on all of that, the state believes he is a significant flight risk as well as a danger to the community based on the bulk amount of fentanyl he had. And I believe our $150,000 cash bond recommendation is appropriate.
Junto a esa información, la Fiscalía piensa que el acusado constituye un gran riesgo de huida y también un peligro a la comunidad debido a la gran cantidad de fentanilo que él tenía. Por lo tanto, la recomendación para una fianza en efectivo de $150,000 es una recomendación apropiada desde mi punto de vista.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sweeney.
Muchas gracias, señora Sweeney.
Okay, Mr. Araujo, I will give you an opportunity to address the court if you wish to in regards to anything you would like me to consider in determining your release conditions. I encourage you very strongly not to discuss the facts of the case.
Ok, señor Araujo, le voy a dar la oportunidad de decir algo, de decirme algo, si usted quiere que considere algo para determinar cuáles van a ser sus condiciones de libertad. Pero le aliento a no hablar de los hechos del caso. Adelante.
If there is anything that you wish for me to consider in determining what release conditions to impose upon you, you are welcome to do that now.
Si usted desea que considere algo al determinar cuáles van a ser sus condiciones de libertad, usted puede hablar ahora.
No?
No.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. I am persuaded by the state's argument that based on the quantity of alleged drugs in this case, the factual allegations indicate that you would pose a risk of danger to the community. I also am persuaded that you could pose a flight risk.
Bien, eso está bien. Los argumentos de la Fiscalía me convencen que tomando en cuenta las acusaciones en cuanto a la cantidad de drogas y las acusaciones fácticas, que usted sí constituye un peligro a la comunidad y constituye un riesgo de huida.
Because of that, I am going to impose a $50,000 cash-only bond.
Por eso voy a fijar una fianza que se puede pagar únicamente en efectivo, que asciende a $50,000.
If you post that bond and you are released, you cannot have contact with any co-defendants of any of the underlying allegations. You cannot possess any weapons, and you cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription.
Si usted llega a depositar la fianza y si se le pone en libertad, usted no puede tener contacto con ninguno de los coacusados con respecto a estas supuestas acusaciones en su contra. No puede tener en su poder ningún tipo de arma, no puede tener en su poder ningún tipo de droga sin una receta vigente.
Anything else I need to address before I excuse this matter, Ms. Sweeney?
Señora Sweeney, ¿hay algo más que tengo que abordar antes de terminar con esta audiencia?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
No, su señoría, gracias.
Okay, Mr. Araujo, do you understand those release conditions?
Señor Araujo, ¿comprende usted las condiciones de su libertad?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Sí.
Gracias, señor. Puede recoger su documentación y ingresar al cuarto nuevamente.
Can I please have Jesus Padilla into the courtroom?
Your Honor, is this also an interpreter matter?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can I please have your full name and date of birth?
Señor, su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento.
Jesús Manuel Padilla.
¿Su fecha de nacimiento?
22 de agosto de 1991.
Jesús Manuel Padilla, August 22nd, 1991.
Thank you very much, Mr. Padilla. And Ms. Sweeney, it's my understanding you also intend to appear on this matter. If so, can I please have your formal appearance for the record?
Muchas gracias, señor Padilla. Señora Sweeney, tengo entendido que usted desea comparecer a esta audiencia también. Por favor, preséntese.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Alexandra Sweeney on behalf of the Attorney General's Office.
Buenas tardes, su señoría. Alexandra Sweeney, de parte de la Fiscalía General del Estado.
Okay, good afternoon again, Ms. Sweeney. Mr. Padilla, you are here on allegations of new charges.
Buenas tardes nuevamente, señora Sweeney. Señor Padilla, usted se encuentra aquí por acusaciones nuevas.
The allegations against you are 1 count of narcotic drug possession for sale, a Class 2 felony.
Your Honor, could you repeat that for the interpreter? The interpreter's computer froze up for a second.
Yes. 1 count of narcotic drug possession for sale, a Class 2 felony.
Un punto acusatorio de tenencia de drogas narcóticas para venta, delito de clase 2.
1 count of conspiracy, also a Class 2 felony.
Un punto acusatorio de conspiración, también delito de clase 2.
1 count of illegal control of an enterprise, a Class 3 felony.
Un punto acusatorio de asociación ilícita, delito de clase 3.
1 count of narcotic drug possession, 2 counts of misconduct involving weapons. All 3 of those are Class 4 felonies.
Un punto acusatorio de tenencia de drogas narcóticas y también 2 puntos acusatorios de conducta ilícita con armas. Las 3 acusaciones son delitos de clase 4.
Based on my reading of the factual allegations against you as provided by law enforcement, I am inclined to find probable cause to support all of these allegations with the exception of the conspiracy and illegal control allegations.
Según mi revisión de las acusaciones fácticas presentadas por la policía, determino que hay fundamento de procesamiento por todas las acusaciones, con la excepción de las siguientes 2 acusaciones, conspiración y asociación ilícita.
I did not see any factual allegations in the law enforcement document called the Form 4 to support those allegations.
Desde mi punto de vista, no existen las acusaciones fácticas según la documentación presentada por la policía, que se llama un formulario número 4.
Before I officially make that ruling, though, Ms. Sweeney, is there anything that you believe the court has overlooked in the Form 4 or anything else you would like the court to consider in terms of probable cause?
Antes de emitir mi fallo oficial, señora Sweeney, ¿hay algo que piensa usted que no tomé en cuenta en cuanto al formulario número 4 o algo que debo considerar en cuanto al fundamento de procesamiento?
No, Your Honor.
No, su señoría.
Okay, then I will find probable cause to support all of these allegations with the exception of conspiracy and illegal control.
Determino que hay fundamento de procesamiento con respecto a todas las acusaciones, menos las acusaciones de conspiración y asociación ilícita.
Mr. Padilla, my finding of no probable cause does not mean those 2 allegations are legally dismissed. It is still possible that the state will file formal charges on those allegations.
Señor Padilla, el hecho de que determino que no hay fundamento de procesamiento con respecto a esas 2 acusaciones no significa que se van a desestimar de manera formal. Es posible que la Fiscalía todavía presente la documentación para imputar esos cargos en su contra.
What my finding of no probable cause does mean is that I am not considering those 2 allegations in determining release conditions.
El hecho de que determino que no hay fundamento de procesamiento, eso implica que no voy a considerar esas 2 acusaciones en cuanto a sus condiciones de libertad.
I have appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you.
He designado la Oficina de Defensoría Pública para representarlo.
Your next court court hearings will be a status conference May 20th and then a preliminary hearing May 22nd, both at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown.
Sus siguientes citas judiciales son una audiencia de actualización el 20 de mayo, una audiencia preliminar el 22 de mayo, las dos audiencias a las 8:30 de la mañana en el Tribunal Superior del Centro.
Ms. Sweeney, may I please have the state's argument and recommendation regarding release conditions in this matter?
Señora Sweeney, por favor, los argumentos y recomendaciones de la Fiscalía en cuanto a las condiciones de libertad del acusado en este caso.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Your Honor, this defendant was residing at the address that his co-defendant had returned to after making a sale to the confidential informant both times that we talked about previously in the case before this.
Su señoría, el acusado estaba viviendo en la dirección a donde regresó el coacusado después de vender drogas al informante confidencial.
So there was belief from law enforcement that this was the stash house, and when they served the search warrant, they found 1.3 pounds of fentanyl pills in the defendant's room.
La policía piensa que este lugar era un lugar donde guardaban las drogas y después de emitir la orden de cateo se encontró 1,3 libras de pastillas de fentanilo en la recámara del acusado.
Additionally, they found 2 assault rifles in his room. And like his co-defendant, he is not in the U.S. legally. He is a citizen of Mexico. I don't believe he has ties to the community, which makes him a flight risk.
Además, la policía encontró 2 rifles de asalto en su recámara. Además del coacusado, este acusado no tiene la autoridad legal para estar en ese país, es ciudadano de México y por esas razones pensamos que constituye un peligro a la comunidad y también corre riesgo de huida.
So for those reasons, Your Honor, I am asking for a $100,000 cash bond.
Por esas razones estoy solicitando una fianza de $100,000 en efectivo.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sweeney. Mr. Padilla, I will now give you an opportunity to provide any information that you wish for me to consider in regards to your release conditions. I encourage you very strongly to avoid making any statements regarding the facts.
Muchas gracias, señora Sweeney. Ahora, señor Padilla, le voy a dar la oportunidad de brindarme información que usted desea que considere en cuanto a sus condiciones de libertad. Pero le aliento firmemente que no dé ninguna declaración en cuanto a los hechos del caso.
If you wish to provide any information, now is your opportunity.
Si quiere brindar algo de información, esa es su oportunidad.
Pues que no es mío nada, no es lo que puedo decir.
Well, nothing was mine. That's all I can say.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Padilla. I am persuaded by the state's argument that you could potentially pose a flight risk. I also have substantial concerns about the risk to the community as a whole, given the nature of the allegations against you.
Los argumentos de la Fiscalía me convencen que usted constituye un peligro a la comunidad y también usted constituye un riesgo de huida, tomando en cuenta todas las acusaciones en su contra.
Because of those concerns, I am imposing a $25,000 cash-only bond.
Tomando en cuenta las preocupaciones mencionadas por la Fiscalía, voy a imponer una fianza que solamente se puede pagar en efectivo, que asciende a $25,000.
If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot have contact with any alleged co-defendants. You cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription.
Si usted llega a pagar la fianza y si se le pone en libertad, no puede tener contacto con ningún supuesto coacusado, no puede tener en su poder ningún tipo de arma, tampoco cualquier tipo de droga sin una receta vigente.
Anything else I need to address before I excuse this matter, Ms. Sweeney?
¿Que tengo que abordar antes de terminar con esta audiencia, señora Sweeney?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
No, su señoría, gracias.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sweeney. You are free to be excused if you would like to be.
Gracias, señora Sweeney. Ya puede retirarse de la audiencia si desea.
Mr. Padilla, do you understand all of those conditions?
Señor Padilla, ¿comprende usted todas las condiciones?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. If you'll wait for your paperwork, then you can head back to your left.
Muchas gracias. Debe esperar la documentación y puede pasar a su lado izquierdo.
Okay, Ms. Fisher, that concludes what I had marked as requesting for Spanish interpreters. If you wouldn't mind, please, could you make a quick inquiry of the gallery before you disconnect?
Of course, Your Honor. ¿Hay alguien más que requiere los servicios de la intérprete? En caso que sí, por favor, levante la mano.
Any hands, officers?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm told no hands were raised. Thank you very much for your assistance, Ms. Fisher. You are free to disconnect.
Thank you.
Officer, would you mind staying right there, please? Okay. All right, next, can I please have Yayo Machel Colmenero Aguilar all the way into the courtroom? David Estrada, if I could ask you to have a seat in the first chair right inside the door. Elliot Patrick, if you would please take a seat in the second chair. Okay, good afternoon, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
De Mr. Javier Colmenero Aguilar, 11-9-89.
Thank you very much, sir. And appearance of counsel for the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Gaunt, back to state.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gaunt. Thank you for your patience. Okay, sir, you are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, 2 counts of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, both Class 4 felonies, 1 count of unlawfully discharging a firearm in the city limits, and 1 count of disorderly conduct involving weapons. Those last 2 are Class 6 felonies. Based on my review of the information provided to me by law enforcement in a document called the Form 4, I am inclined to find probable cause to support these allegations. Before I officially do that, Ms. Gaunt, is there anything that the state wishes the court to consider in addition to what is in the Form 4 in regards to probable cause?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Gaunt. Then I am finding probable cause to support those allegations. Mr. Colmenero Aguilar, I have appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 20th and then a preliminary hearing May 22nd. They will both be at 8:30 in the morning and they'll take place in the Superior Court downtown. Okay, before I move to imposing release conditions, Ms. Gaunt, may I please have the state's recommendation in regards to release?
Thanks, Your Honor. The state's asking for a $100,000 secured appearance bond, and if Mr. Colmenero Aguilar is able to post that, we'd ask for electronic monitoring. Our understanding is that he is a documented gang member. He has prior felony convictions for aggravated assault.
Sir, you can keep your attention up here, please.
Deadly weapon or a dangerous instrument. He's previously been incarcerated in the Department of Corrections. He was allegedly in possession of 2 firearms, and he allegedly pointed the firearm at a victim on 1 occasion, and on another occasion fired 3 shots at the victim's residence. We believe that he's a danger to the community as well as to the victim, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Gaunt. Okay, Mr. Colmenero Aguilar, you have an opportunity to provide any information you wish to the court in regards to release conditions. I will provide you that opportunity. I encourage you very strongly to avoid making any statements regarding the facts since you don't have legal counsel in here and you already know the state's lawyer is in here. Okay. Anything you wish the court to consider in regards to your release conditions?
I would like to be released on ankle monitoring. I've done it before. I did do time, but I completed my parole. I did everything with the court, whatever I needed to do while I was out on parole. I'm not a flight risk. I showed up to every court date I've ever had.
So, like if I have to wear an ankle monitor, because I do pay rent. I do help out at home, you know what I mean? Like, I help my little brothers and sisters and with their dad, you know what I mean? Like, I help out with rent, you know what I mean? It's not, he can't just take up all the rent to himself, you know? It's, just, life isn't just gonna wait for somebody, and I would like to be there, and I would like to be released on ankle monitor with pretrial services like I was before, and I have done it before, and that's it,
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. I am hearing your preference to be released to pretrial on an ankle monitor. I am hearing the concerns expressed by the state. I will tell you, Mr. Colmenero Aguilar, based on my review of your criminal history, I note at least one prior violent felony conviction. I have substantial concerns about the safety of the alleged victim in this case based on the nature of the allegations. I also have some concern about the safety of the community as a whole based also in part on the nature of these allegations. I will note that my review of your criminal history does indicate that you have at least 2 failures to appear in court. So I have some, although I'm less concerned that you're a flight risk. I'm more concerned that you pose a risk to the community. But there is some slight hesitation that you might pose a flight risk based on those 2 failure to appears. So I am persuaded that a substantial bond is necessary on these allegations. I am imposing a $100,000 secured appearance bond. You can use a bonding company to post that if you choose to. If you do post that bond and you are released, you cannot return to the scene where the alleged events took place. You cannot have contact at all with the alleged victim or with any alleged witnesses, and you are prohibited from possessing any weapons or drugs without a valid prescription. Did you have a question?
Yes, it said that I was caught with any weapons. I was caught with any weapons.
You would like to state that you were not caught with any weapons?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that information. We have that on the recording. You'll want to talk to your lawyer about that. Your lawyer is the one that will be interested in your side of the events. Yes. You and your lawyer will develop facts that support your defenses or that counteract what the state is presenting. That will all happen later down the road, not here at this hearing, but later down the line. So we have that on the recording here in this proceeding. Talk more about that to your lawyer.
Yeah, no, and then the 100,000. I mean, it's not like I can do 100,000 or have collateral to give to bondsman. I'm a honest working man. I'm not I can't do it 100,000.
I hear you. Unfortunately, the factors that I have to consider in determining bond amounts are more about the safety of the community, the safety of victims, less about an individual defendant's ability to pay that bond. And in this case, based on my substantial concerns for the safety of the public and the victim, I am persuaded that that $100,000 bond is necessary and appropriate. Any other questions?
If, say, this victim shows up and says something in defense of me, you know what I mean, saying some things weren't said right, would that be?
Talk to your lawyer. Yeah, I can't give you legal advice, and the court's not going to entertain what ifs here. So talk to your lawyer. Your lawyer can give you legal advice and can provide hypothetical answers like that for you. Okay. Anything else on this matter, Ms. Gaunt?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork. David Estrada to the podium in the courtroom, please. Mr. Patrick, if you would shift over to the first chair, and Christian Gaxiola, if you would please take a seat in the second chair. Okay, can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
David Alexander Estrada, 11/27/92.
Thank you very much, Mr. Estrada. An appearance of counsel in this matter for the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Gaunt, on the state.
Good afternoon again, Ms. Gaunt. Okay, Mr. Estrada, you are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of possession of a weapon in a drug offense, 1 count of narcotic drug possession, those are both class 4 felonies, and 1 count of interfering with judicial proceedings by disobeying a court order, that's a class 1 misdemeanor. I am inclined to find probable cause to support these allegations. Before I do that, Ms. Gaunt, anything the state wishes the court to consider in addition to what's in the Form 4? No, Your Honor. Okay, thank you very much. Then I have found probable cause to support those allegations. I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you in this matter. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 20th and then a preliminary hearing May 22nd. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. Ms. Gott, may I please have the state's argument and recommendation regarding release conditions?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's asking for a $10,000 cash-only bond. At the time that Mr. Estrada had law enforcement contact, he was wearing an ankle monitor. As it's our understanding, he is on pretrial release out of the state of Nevada for drug charges. He was allegedly in possession of 2 firearms, again, while he is on pretrial release from another state and being prohibited from a court order there to possess weapons. His local address here in Arizona is unknown. The extent of his ties to Arizona is unknown. We believe that he is a significant flight risk, given the fact that he was on pretrial release in another state.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gaunt. Okay, Mr. Estrada, you have an opportunity to provide any information that you wish for me to consider in regards to determining your release conditions. You can do that now. I encourage you very strongly not to talk about the facts of the case.
How is my address unknown? If I give them my address, they have my ID and everything.
Law enforcement has that?
Yeah, they have my wallet.
Did you provide it here when you did a pretrial interview?
No, they took my wallet. They took my wallet from me.
So you don't know your address?
Huh?
So you don't know your address?
I don't know. They took my wallet from me.
Do you know where you live?
Yeah, I know where I live.
Do you know your address?
My address. Yeah, 38.
Well, I just asked you if you provided it, and you said no because they took your wallet.
Oh, yeah, no, I provided it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if the court has it, that doesn't necessarily mean the state has it, but that's fine. If we have your address, that's okay. I don't think that undercuts Ms. Gaunt's position that the state doesn't know the extent of your ties to Arizona just because you have a local address. Okay, anything else you want the court to consider?
No.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Estrada. I do have substantial concerns about your risk for new criminal activity based on the fact that the nature of these allegations occurred while you were on pretrial release out of a different state. I am persuaded that a substantial bond is necessary in this case. I will impose a $10,000 cash-only bond. If you post that and you are released from custody here in Arizona, you cannot leave the state. You would be required to stay in Arizona. You could not possess any weapons. You could not possess any drugs without a valid prescription or any alcohol. If your local address were to change and be different than what you provided here to the court, you would be required to provide that information either to your lawyer or to the court directly. Do you understand all of that information?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Gaunt, anything else I need to address?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Estrada. You are free to step back and get your paperwork. Ms. Gaunt, you're free to be excused if you would like to be. Okay, Elliot Patrick, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Lopaka Hill, if you would please work your way up to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Elliot Lee Patrick.
And what's your date of birth?
10/15/1983.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patrick. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of aggravated assault by impeding breathing, that is a Class 4 felony, 3 counts of disorderly conduct, all Class 1 misdemeanors, and 1 count of threatening and intimidating, also a Class 1 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 20th and then a preliminary hearing May 22nd. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On these allegations, I have imposed a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000. If that bond is posted prior to your physical release from custody, you will be affixed with an ankle monitor for electronic monitoring. If you post that bond and you are released on that ankle monitor, you cannot go back to the scene where these alleged events took place. You cannot have any contact with the alleged victim or any alleged witnesses. You cannot possess any weapons or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription, and you are strictly ordered to comply with the terms of any orders of protection if any have been or are later served upon you. Did you have questions, Mr. Patrick?
I'm a dad. I raised my babies. I have 2 little babies with her. This was an incident. It was not bad. She was not hurt. She did not go to the hospital. I have a 3-year-old little girl that slept with me every night of my life. I'm not a criminal. I got in trouble when I was a kid, when I was 19. I'm not a criminal. I work every day. I've been a stay-at-home dad, or she's been a stay-at-home mom all of her life. And I've raised these kids. I came home and there was something going on with another person. We had a problem. I'm not a bad person. I can't even defend myself and take care of my kids. I'm the only person that makes money to take care of my kids. Nobody else does. She's never worked. We're together, but she didn't have a car. The cars are in my name. Like, I don't understand why, like, I'm not after her in any kind of way. Like, I hate that all this happened. I hate every part of this happened. Every bit of it. Like, I am not a risk to anything. All I want to do is for my babies. I don't care about jail. I don't care about anything. I care about my babies. It's all I care about. All I care about in this entire world. And I'll look you in the eye and I tell you, I would never do anything past where we're at here. Nothing that's going to hurt my children. But I got to be there for my kids.
Well, here's the situation, sir. These orders that I am imposing order you not to have contact with your kids at least until your first hearing. So you have a bond and you cannot have contact with the alleged victims of the underlying conduct. My understanding is that the alleged victims are your domestic partner and the 2 children. The nature of the allegations against you are that you strangled your domestic partner in front of both children. So I hear what you're telling me in court, but I'm telling you that the statements you are making right now are inconsistent with the factual allegations alleged against you. My understanding is that at least part of this encounter was audio recorded. So I do have concerns that you pose a risk of harm to that alleged victim, the domestic partner. I also have substantial concerns about the risk of psychological effects of these events on the 2 children. So because of that, I am imposing that bond. You will have to post that in order to be eligible for release from custody. If you get out between now and your first hearing on the 20th, you cannot go back to this home. You cannot have contact with your domestic partner or the 2 children. Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you. You can step back and get your paperwork. Christian Gaxiola to the podium in the courtroom, please. Destiny Fernandez, if you'd please take a seat in the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Christian Gaxiola, 052698.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gaxiola. You are here on 3 different matters. The first matter that you're here on is allegations of new charges. Those allegations are 1 count of narcotic drug possession for sale, 1 count of dangerous drug possession for sale. Those are both class 2 felonies. 2 counts of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, 2 counts of possession or use of a weapon in a drug offense. Those 4 are class 4 felonies. 2 counts of resisting arrest, class 6 felonies. 1 count of possession of a defaced weapon, 1 count of a prescription drug violation. Those 2 are also class 6 felonies. And last is 1 count of obstructing a public highway, a class 2 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Your next court hearings on those new allegations will be a status conference May 20th and then a preliminary hearing May 22nd. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On those new allegations, you have a $50,000 secured appearance bond. The other 2 matters you're here on are both allegations that those new charges violate term 1 of your probation. In both of those probation cases, I've also appointed a lawyer to defend you. Your next court hearing on the 2 probation matters will be a revocation arraignment hearing May 21st at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On those 2 probation matters, you have a total secured appearance bond of $3,000. So your total bond for all 3 matters will be $53,000. It is all secured appearance. If you post that bond and you're released from custody, you cannot have contact with any alleged witnesses or co-defendants of the new allegations, and you cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gaxiola. You can step back and get your paperwork. Lopaka Hill, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Arturo Garcia, if you'd please work your way to the second chair. Officers, can someone find me Lopaka Hill? Oh, it looks like he's coming, just didn't listen to the chair progression. Okay, I should have Destiny Fernandez and Arturo Garcia in the chairs, please. Can I have your name and date of birth?
LaPaca Hill, 21963.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hill. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of fraudulent schemes and artifices, a Class 2 felony, and 2 counts of forgery, both Class 4 felonies. I have found probable cause to support those allegations and appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 20th and then a preliminary hearing May 22nd. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On these allegations, you have a $15,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that bond and you are released from custody, you cannot return to the scene where the alleged events took place. You cannot have contact with any alleged victims or witnesses, and you cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hill. You can step back and get your paperwork. Destiny Fernandez, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Joseph Coding, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Destiny Monique Fernandez, 11505.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fernandez. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle, a Class 5 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. I have found probable cause to support those allegations and appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 20th and then a preliminary hearing May 22nd. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On these allegations, I have imposed a $1,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fernandez. You can step back and get your paperwork. Arturo Garcia to the podium in the courtroom, please. Rachel Albery, if you'd please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Arturo Garcia, 61092.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. You're here on 3 different matters. The first is allegations of new charges. Those allegations are 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of obstruction, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause to support those new allegations and appointed a lawyer to defend you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 20th and then a preliminary hearing May 22nd. Both of those hearings will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On those new allegations, I have imposed a $500 secured appearance bond. The other 2 matters you're here on are both probation violation warrants. In both of those cases, petitions to revoke your probation have been filed. They both allege that you have violated terms 3 and 7. One of the 2 also alleges a violation of term 13. I've appointed a lawyer to defend you in both probation cases. Your next court hearing in the probation matters will be a revocation arraignment May 21st. It'll be at 8:30 in the probation court downtown. On one of the 2 probation matters, you have a $2,000 secured appearance bond. The other one is a $2,000 cash-only bond. So your total bond is $4,500 for all 3 cases. $2,000 of that is cash only. If you post that and you are released, you cannot possess any weapons or drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You can step back and get your paperwork. Joseph Coding to the podium in the courtroom, please. Mohammed Alahi, if you'd please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Joseph D. K, 11/23/1981.
I can't hear you. Can you say it again a little bit louder, please?
Joseph D. K, 11/23/1981.
Thank you very much, sir. You are here on 3 probation violation warrants. In all 3 cases, petitions to revoke your probation have been filed. They all allege that you have violated terms 3, 4, 5, and 15. I have appointed a lawyer for you in all 3 cases. Your next court hearing in all 3 matters will be the same. It will be a revocation arraignment hearing May 21st at 8:30 in the probation court downtown. On these 3 warrants, you have a total secured appearance bond of $2,000. It's $1,000 on one of the warrants, $500 on the other 2. So $2,000 total, all secured appearance. If you post that and you are released, you cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can step back and get your paperwork. Rachel Albery to the podium in the courtroom, please. Ryan Baird, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Rachel Albury, 11/20/1990.
Thank you, Ms. Albury. You are here on two different matters. Both of the matters that you're here on allege new allegations against you. The first one is new allegations in a written document called a direct complaint. Those allegations are 1 count of narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. Those two offenses are alleged to have been committed June 13th of 2023. The second matter that you're here on is new allegations based on a new arrest from yesterday. Those allegations are 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of prescription drug violations. That one's a Class 1 misdemeanor. On those 3 allegations, I have found probable cause to support the prescription drug violation and the paraphernalia allegation, but I did not find probable cause to support the new dangerous drug allegation. I have appointed a lawyer to represent you in both of these cases. Your next court hearings for both of these cases will be the same. You will have a status conference May 20th and then a preliminary hearing May 22nd. Both of them will be in the Superior Court downtown. On these 2 matters, you have a total secured appearance bond of $550. It's $500 on the direct complaint warrant, $50 on the new allegations. So $550 total, all secured appearance. If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription. I'm sorry?
Those wasn't my drugs.
Okay, talk to your lawyer about that. You can go ahead and step back and get your paperwork. Okay, can I please have Mohammed Alahi into the courtroom behind the podium? Baltazar Salinas, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Muhammad Alahi, June 30th, 1979.
Thank you very much, sir. You are here on 2 probation violation warrants. In both cases, petitions to revoke your probation allege that you have violated terms 3 and 5. I have appointed a lawyer for you in both cases. Your next court hearing will be a probation revocation arraignment hearing. It will take place May 21st at 8:30 in the probation court downtown. On these 2 warrants, you have a total secured appearance bond of $750. It's $500 on one of the warrants, $250 on the second. So $750 total, all secured appearance. If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yeah, so I'm going to be in the custody from now?
You will be in custody from now until at least the 21st unless you post that bond. If you post that bond, you can get out of custody. All right. Thank you, sir. You can step back and get your paperwork. Ryan Baird to the podium in the courtroom, please. Joseph Bigiotti, if you will please work your way to the second chair. Will you pull your arms out of your shirt for me, please, sir, and then give me your name and date of birth?
Ryan Baird, 32780.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baird. You are here on 3 probation violation warrants. In all 3 cases, petitions to revoke your probation have been filed. They allege that you have violated terms 3, 4, and 5. I've appointed a lawyer for you in all 3 cases. Your next court hearing will be a revocation arraignment May 21st at 8:30. On these 3 warrants, you have a total secured appearance bond of $850. It's $500 on one of the warrants, $250 on the second, $100 on the third. So total is $850, all secured appearance. If you post that and you are released, you cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Baird. You can step back to your left. Baltazar Salinas to the podium in the courtroom, please. Jose Hernandez, if you'd please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Baltasar Salinas, 63095.
Thank you very much, sir. You are here on 2 probation violation warrants. In both cases, petitions to revoke your probation allege that you have violated terms 3 and 5. I've appointed a lawyer to defend you in both cases. Your next court hearing will be a revocation arraignment hearing May 21st. It'll be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On these 2 warrants, you have a total secured appearance bond of $500. It's $250 on each warrant. If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yeah, but since I'm not going to be able to post bail, when would I be released?
Thanks.
Well, if you don't post that bond, you stay in custody at least until your probation hearing on the 21st. If you are eligible for release after that hearing, that will be a determination made by the probation judge on that day.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. You can step back and get your paperwork. Joseph Biggiotti to the podium in the courtroom, please. Preston Lanier, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
President, Your Honor, it's Joseph Biggiotti, 1/25/1967.
Thank you very much. It's pronounced Biggiotti?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Biggiotti. You are here on your fourth failure to appear warrant issued by the North Mesa Justice Court. The underlying allegation in that case is one count of driving on a suspended license. It's a misdemeanor allegation. You are entitled to a court-appointed lawyer for purposes of release conditions on that warrant, and I've appointed one for you. Your next court hearing on this warrant will be an arraignment hearing May 19th. It will be at 1 o'clock in the afternoon in the North Mesa Justice Court. On this warrant, you have a $200 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released, you will be responsible for getting yourself to that hearing in the North Mesa Justice Court on the 19th. And if you're released from custody, you cannot operate a motor vehicle if you don't have a valid driver's license.
Okay.
Do you understand those conditions?
I do, Your Honor. I'd like to talk about my release cell.
Okay.
In regards to this $200 cash bond.
It's not a cash bond, it's a secured bond, but go ahead.
Okay, my apologies. I have $80 on me. Is there any way I can convince you to work with that?
Give me 1 second. Officer, is that, do we show that?
$84.
84, okay. Yes, I will change that to an $80 cash bond. That means you can use the money that you were booked in with to self-bond out.
Okay.
I will tell you, if you attend your court hearing, if you attend this court hearing and then any other hearings set in this matter, and you comply with all of the conditions imposed by the North Mesa Justice Court in this case, that bond money will be released to you. So it's not a fine, it's not a payment, it is a collateral source to ensure that you go to court.
Okay.
So you can self-bond out with the $80 that you have on your jail books, go to court on the 19th, because as long as you do that, at the end of this case, that money will get released back to you. We're just going to hold on to it to make sure that you go to all of your court
I
hearings.
understand. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, anything else or any other questions?
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to get your paperwork modified to reflect that change. If you'll take a step back to your left, we'll bring it out to you here shortly.
And I'll be able to leave today when I post that bond?
Yes, I don't know how quick the release process is, but yes, as soon as you pay that, you'll move to release.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, sir. Yeah, because he still has a bond. Okay, Jose Hernandez to the podium in the courtroom, please. Christopher Montano, if you'd work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Jose Angel Hernandez, 5/22/1987.
Did you say 87 or 97?
87.
87. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank
you
you.
are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are one count of narcotic drug possession and one count of dangerous drug possession. Those are both Class 4 felonies. Last is one count of drug paraphernalia possession, which is a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 28th, and then you will have a preliminary hearing May 30th. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. I am releasing you to the supervision of pretrial services. What that means is you will be released from custody. You do not need to post a bond to secure your release. Once you are out of custody, you will be responsible for getting yourself to both of those two court hearings. You'll also be required to contact pretrial services once you get out of custody. With your release order, you're going to get a little packet from pretrial. All of their contact information will be in there, so please keep that. Once you're out of custody, use the information in that packet to call them, go to their office, make contact with them in some fashion. Also, once you're out of custody, you cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand all of that information?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hernandez. You can
Thank
step back
you.
and get your paperwork. Preston Lanier, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Camilla Carrera, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Preston Dale Lanier, 10/28/88.
Thank you, Mr. Lanier. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, that's a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of criminal trespassing, that's a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 28th and then a preliminary hearing May 30th. They'll both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. I am going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services, so you're going to get out of custody. You don't have to pay a bond to get out. Once you're out of custody, you have to call pretrial services at the phone number in the packet you get with your paperwork. Also, once you're out of custody, you cannot go back to the location where you were arrested, and you can't have any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can step back and get your paperwork. Christopher Montano to the podium in the courtroom, please. Penny Light, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Chris Montano, 5/12/82.
Thank you very much. Is your full first legal name?
Christopher David.
Okay, I think I said that all wrong, but okay, your first name legally is Christopher.
Yes, Chris.
Okay, thank you very much. You are here on an allegation of a new charge. That allegation is 1 count of aggravated driving under the influence. It is a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause to support that allegation, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 28th and then a preliminary hearing May 30th. They'll both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. I am releasing you to the supervision of pretrial services with the condition of weekly alcohol testing. So you will be released from custody. You do not need to post a bond to secure your release. Same thing I've told the last couple people, once you get out, you will have to contact pretrial services. In your specific case, you will have to contact them to arrange for that weekly alcohol testing. So as soon as you're out of custody, maybe not today because it's already 3 o'clock, but tomorrow sometime, give them a call, see what you need to do to arrange for that testing. Once you're out of custody, in addition to contacting pretrial, you'll also be required to get yourself to those next 2 court hearings. You cannot possess or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription, and you can't operate a motor vehicle if you don't have a valid driver's license. If that is true for you, please make sure that you are communicating with pretrial services if you need alternate means to get yourself to court. They can work with you, provide you resources, perhaps a bus pass, some way to get yourself to court if you don't have a ride and you don't have a valid driver's license.
They took my license, so
I'd have to figure something. Pretrial services can help you arrange for transportation to court. Just let them know if you need that service, and they can tell you what options they have.
Will I be able to leave pre-trial today, or?
Yeah, you're going to get out of custody today. So all this will happen after you're released from custody. So you're going to get out of custody. Pretrial's open normal business hours, 8 to 5. That's why I said you probably won't reach them today. It probably will be after 5 once you're out of custody. So call them tomorrow.
The reason I was asking, I didn't take my heart medication today, so
you can also talk to medical. I don't know how long the release process takes, but if you need it before you're released, you can talk to medical.
Yeah, they told me after this that I could talk to them about it.
All right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Montano. Camilla Carrera to the podium in the courtroom, please. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Camila Carrera, March 10, 2006.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carrera. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of burglary, a Class 5 felony, and 1 count of criminal trespassing in a residential structure. That's a Class 6 felony. I have found probable cause to support those allegations. I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 28th and then a preliminary hearing May 30th. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. I am releasing you on your own recognizance, so you will be released from custody. Once you are released, you will be responsible for getting yourself to both of your next court hearings. Once you're out of custody, in addition to attending your next court hearings, you are ordered not to return to the scene of these alleged events. You cannot have contact with any alleged witnesses or co-defendants. You also cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand all of those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Carrera. You can step back and get your paperwork. Penny Light to the podium in the courtroom, please. Can I please have your name and date of birth?
Penny Sue Light, 8/21/1996, or 1969. I'm sorry.
Thank you. No, that's okay. I want to make myself younger too. Okay, you are here on an arrest warrant that was issued after a direct complaint was filed. A direct complaint is a written document that alleges a new allegation against you. The allegation in that direct complaint is one count of theft of a means of transportation. It's a Class 3 felony alleged to have been committed April 4th of 2024. I've appointed a lawyer to defend you against that allegation.
Thank you.
Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 28th, and then you will have a preliminary hearing May 30th. Both of those hearings will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown.
Okay.
On this arrest warrant, I am releasing you on your own recognizance. So you are going to get out of custody. That means it's going to be your responsibility to get yourself to both of those next court hearings. Once you are released from custody, you cannot have contact with any alleged victims, witnesses, or co-defendants of the underlying theft of a means of transportation allegation, if there are any and you know who they are. You also cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Light. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar. This court will stand in recess until 5 p.m.
Excuse me, is the attorney upstairs still? Oh, okay, I'll grab them right now. Okay, I'm gonna bring in the attorney.
Okay.
I don't know, I wish I could ask for, free travel, really.
I read that.
No.
I know that DPS officer, she was, I mean.
Yeah. I know.
Lucky you're gonna be here.
I know, that's the, yeah, because clearly he didn't learn his lesson the first time, so, yeah.
I mean, like, if I get 90, 95.
Yeah. 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 What are you waiting for?
I'll eat it, Mom.
Ollie? You Ollie? All there? All around, all the way here.
Ellie.
All right, stand up, guys.
You may be seated. Good evening. This is the time set for the 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar for May 14th, 2025. The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 1st of this month will apply to all matters on this calendar. I'm going to be calling each of you up to the podium one by one, where I will ask you for your first and last name and your date of birth. I will then advise you as to why you are here, whether or not an attorney has been appointed to you, what your upcoming court dates are, what your bond will be if you are eligible for bond, and your release conditions. Some of you may have some questions while I'm providing this advisement to you. I would just ask that you hold your questions until I complete the advisement. Also, I would ask that your questions only be related to your release conditions, as any legal questions you may have should be directed towards your attorney. So the first person that I am calling to the podium is Mr. Islam Ali. If you'll please come into the courtroom.
Do you want more time, or she can take us now? Okay.
Ms. Gaunt, do you want to announce for the state?
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Gaunt on behalf of the state.
Thank you, sir.
Morning, Your Honor, or good afternoon, Your Honor. Edward Ham on behalf of Mr. Islam.
And sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Ali Islam, January 12, 2001.
Thank you. You are here today because you were charged with one count of exceeding the posted speed limit by more than 20 miles per hour. Counsel, do you want to be heard on probable cause?
No, Your Honor, we don't contest the probable cause.
I did find that there was probable cause as to that offense. For the record, due to the nature of the offense, you would not be entitled to court-appointed counsel. You do have an arraignment hearing on May 28th at 9. Ms. Scott, this is charged as a misdemeanor.
Yes, Your Honor, but because it's in justice court,
Okay,
it would be the county attorney.
I just have not seen the state in the hearings before on misdemeanor charges, so I was just inquiring. Okay, so there is an arraignment hearing on May 28th at 9 a.m. The inclination that I had was just to release Mr. Islam on his own recognizance. Ms. Gaunt, do you want to be heard regarding release conditions?
Just briefly, Your Honor, thank you. I wish I could recommend and request that the court place Mr. Islam on pretrial services. I know that that is not available because this is a justice court matter, but the state is very concerned. This is the second time that Mr. Islam has been stopped and cited for driving over 100 miles an hour. I think the first time was approximately, let's see, they believed he was traveling to 137 miles an hour for approximately 4 miles, and that was in September of 2024. They clocked him yesterday or last night at 127 miles per hour. This is extremely dangerous and reckless driving behavior. Certainly, we see many folks down here who have caused collisions being charged with second-degree murder because those collisions with high speed result in fatalities. So I'm certainly hopeful that this second incident has woken Mr. Islam up to the dangerousness of his behavior, but unfortunately, because it is a justice court case, I think that the only other appropriate release condition would be OR, given that this is a Class 3 misdemeanor, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sir?
Thank you, Your Honor. We concur with OR. He's a United States citizen. He has stable employment. This is just a Class 3 misdemeanor. I would point out he was cooperative with the officer, in fact, friendly with the officer. He pulled over immediately. He was aware of his surroundings. He noticed the officer coming behind him and started to pull over. He's lived in the Phoenix area. He lived with his parents for 17 years. He resides in Levine. He's not a flight risk or danger to the community.
Well, I will say this. Part of the reason why I was inclined to order or release him on his own recognizance was just the nature of the charging. I will just say, for your information, Mr. Islam, that I was very concerned because based on the probable cause statement, I believe it was the same officer who arrested you before. You both recognized each other, allegedly, according to the probable cause statement, for which I found probable cause. In addition, I was very concerned about the high rate of speed, and so we cannot say that there is not a danger to the community. Unfortunately, I see too many bad things that happen as a result of speeding or reckless driving. And it appeared to me that you did not take it seriously the first time that you received a ticket. I do hope that you take it seriously moving forward and that you do consider driving in a more safe manner, because if you don't, something is bound to happen in a tragic way, and I would hate to see that happen for you. So I am going to affirm my original inclination to release you on your own recognizance. Please be advised that if you fail to appear for your court date on May 28th at 9, then a warrant will be issued for your arrest, and if a warrant is issued, then a bond would be imposed as well. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do either counsel have anything more they'd like to add at this time?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, then you're both excused. Sir, I believe we will get you a copy.
May I excuse
you?
Thank you.
And Ms. Warwick, will you please come to the podium? And Mr. Pena, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Jessica Warwick, 11-198.
You are here today on two matters. You have a warrant that was issued when you failed to appear for a court date, and then you have a new case. On the new case, you were charged with one count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, and one count of theft or control of stolen property, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to both counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on May 20th at 8:30, and evidentiary hearing on May 21st at 1:30. I'm sorry. You have a status conference hearing on May 20th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing on May 22nd at 8:30. Because you were on felony release at the time that these offenses occurred, you are not eligible for bond today by statute. So I did schedule an evidentiary hearing for you on May 21st at 1:30. As to your warrant, that was issued for failing to appear. An attorney was already appointed to represent you in that matter. You will have a status conference hearing on May 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 22nd at 8:30. That warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. I would caution you against attempting to pay that bond. It will not secure your release since you are being held not bondable at this time on the new case. So that takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of today. If you have any questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
I do have questions. Is there any way of even being released like on pretrial services?
I just explained to you that I cannot because you were on felony release, so by law. It's not up to me. I don't have any discretion. The law is that if you are on felony release and you commit another felony offense, you are not bondable, and that's why you have to have the evidentiary hearing for information to be presented to that judge to make a decision to make any changes regarding bond and bond eligibility. Mr. Pena, will you please come to the podium? And Mr. Lavin, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Will you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Eric Michael Pena, 03/21/1990.
You are here today. You have two matters. You have one new case, and then as a result of the new case, there was a violation of probation. So I'm going to first talk to you about the new case. You were charged with one count of aggravated DUI, driving the wrong way, which is I believe it's a class 4 felony. I did find probable cause as to that offense, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference hearing on May 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 22nd at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. If you are able to post bond, you'll be released to pretrial services where you are to participate in alcohol testing and monitoring. And then as to your violation of probation, I appointed an attorney to represent you in that matter. You'll have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on May 21st at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in that matter in the amount of $250. So between your two cases, your secured appearance bond is $5,250. If you are able to post bond, failure to comply with your release conditions or appear for your court dates will result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. The warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This completes everything that I needed to advise you of. If you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
Is there any way I could try to get a different court date set up for a bond reduction, or is that something I'd have to talk to with my lawyer?
You have a status conference hearing scheduled for May 20th, which will be, that's
next week,
next Tuesday, and your attorney can make the argument at that time. I will advise you as to the reasons. I looked at your criminal history. That includes,
I know it's not good.
So, and then I looked at the nature of your offense, the seriousness of it, as well as the risk to the community. You were very fortunate. I did make a probable cause finding that you committed aggravated DUI by driving in the wrong direction, and I did review the information in the probable cause statement, and I think that it is fortunate that nothing worse happened if the allegations are proven to be true.
I understand completely.
So that is why I ordered the bond in the way that I ordered it. And the bond, it's secured appearance, so it's 10% of $5,000.
So it's just 10%?
It's 10% of $5,000.
So it'd be like $750.
So between the two cases, yes.
$750. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good.
Mr. Levin, will you please come to the podium? And Mr. Olivas, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Scott Lavin, 9/16/81.
Thank you. You are here today on a new case. You were charged with one count of burglary in the third degree, unlawful injury, a class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of burglary tools, a class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to both counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on May 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 22nd at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime, you cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victims, and you cannot have any contact with the alleged co-defendant. You cannot possess any weapons. Failure to comply with your release conditions or failing to appear for your court dates would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest. An additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of. If you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
So I'm not being released?
Mr. Olivas, will you please come to the podium? And Mr. Carrasco, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
How are you doing, Your Honor?
Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Eric Mendoza, 4/12/79.
Where's this?
Eric Mendoza Olivas.
Okay.
Yes, sorry.
And April 12th, 1979?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were here today
Yes, Your Honor.
because you were charged with 1 count of aggravated assault with a deadly or dangerous instrument, a class 3 felony, and 1 count of disorderly conduct with a weapon or instrument, a class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to those counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on May 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 22nd at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $25,000. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime, you cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim, and you cannot possess any weapons. Failure to comply with your release conditions or appear for your court dates would result in the forfeiture of any bond you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest. An additional bond could be imposed. This completes everything that I needed to advise you of today. If you have no questions for me, if you will please step to your left. Oh, and I do need to make a record that I did review the victim prior to the hearing. The court did receive a victim impact statement, which the court did review. It appears to me, sir, that you do have, there is a question that you may have.
Yes, the bond, I mean, it's, I'm gonna lose my job if, how much was it, did you say? 20?
Secured appearance, $25,000, so it's 10% of $25,000. So it's $2,500 plus collateral.
Okay. And
that's it. Mr. Carrasco, if you'll please come to the podium, and Mr. Morales, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Angel Carrasco, 32796.
You are here today because the grand jury charged you with the following counts. I will be back. We'll be back.
We good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Carrasco, you are here today because you were charged with 2 counts of aggravated DUI, class 4 felonies, alleged to have occurred on July 13th of 2024. 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, a class 4 felony, alleged to have occurred on July 13th, 2024. And 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony, alleged to have occurred on July 13th, 2024. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have an arraignment hearing on May 21st at 8:30. You have the grand jury warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. If you are able to post bond, you will be released to pretrial services, which will include alcohol testing, drug and alcohol testing and monitoring. If you are able to post bond, you do need to comply with your release conditions. Failure to do so or failure to appear for your court date would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This completes everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, please step to your left. The officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Morales, if you'll please come to the podium, and Mr. Carter, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Anthony Morales, 7/1982.
You are here today because you have 2 warrants.
2 warrants.
You have 2 warrants regarding probation actually 3 warrants regarding probation. I'm sorry, I'm clicking into the wrong thing. Mr. Morales. I skipped ahead. You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of burglary in the 3rd degree, a class 4 felony. That included 3rd degree unlawful entry. And then 1 count of possession of burglary tools, a class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to that offense, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on May 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 22nd at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim, and you cannot have any contact with the alleged co-defendant. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court dates will result in a forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond would be imposed. That takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. Thank you. Mr. Carter? Mr. Shields, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Douglas Allen Carter, 7793.
You are here today because you have 3 warrants that issued as a result of a petition to revoke your probation. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on May 21st at 8:30. You have a total secured appearance bond in the amount of $3,100. One of your warrants had a $100 bond, one of them had a $2,500 bond, and the other had a $500 bond. If you are able to post bond, you do need to appear for your court date. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of any bond you post. You have to have your arms outside of your shirt.
Cool. All right, thank you.
Mr. Shields, will you please come to the podium, and Ms. Villa, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
Hello.
Hello. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of
Mitchell
birth?
Shields,
Your date of birth?
7/17/1981.
You were here today because a warrant was issued when you failed to appear for a court date. An attorney was already appointed to represent you in this matter. You have a status conference hearing on May 22nd at 8:30. The warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure you appear for your court date.
Hello.
Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of any bond you
May
post.
5th, you said?
It's May 22nd.
May 22nd.
Your paperwork will have the date. Just make sure you show up, or your warrant will be, your bond will be forfeited, a warrant would issue again, an additional bond would likely be imposed.
May 22nd, okay.
Mhm.
Is that here that I appeared?
No, your paperwork will tell you where you need to be.
Okay.
Ms. Villa, will you please come to the podium, and Mr. Aga, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. The podium?
Behind the podium.
Hello, can you state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Yes.
And what's your date of birth?
February 8, 1992.
You were here on 3 matters. You have 2 warrants that were issued as a result of a petition to revoke your probation, and then you have a new case. On your warrants regarding the petition to revoke your probation, I appointed an attorney to represent you on those matters. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on May 21st at 8:30. One of your warrants has a secured, both of your warrants has a secured, one of your warrants has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. The other one has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. On your new case, you were charged with 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, a Class 4 felony, 2 counts of possession of a dangerous drug, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did not find probable cause as to any of those offenses. You will have a status conference hearing on May 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 30th at 8:30.
Thank you.
Well, I wasn't done advising you. If you are able to post bond, your total bond is $300. If you are able to post bond and you fail to appear for your court date, your bond will be forfeited. Warrants will issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This completes my advisement to you. Mr. Aga, if you'll please come to the podium, and Mr. Smith, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your
Adam
date?
James Aga, 4885.
Thank you. You are here today because warrants issued when a petition to revoke your probation was submitted. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in both matters. You'll have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on May 21st at 8:30. One of your warrants had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750. The other one had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. So your total secured appearance bond is $1,250. If you are able to post bond and you fail to appear for your court date, a warrant would issue for your arrest. Any bond you post would be forfeited, and additional bond could be imposed. This completes my advisement to you. If you have no questions for me.
Is it possible for a bond reduction? I was in an accident. I broke my neck in 3 places, and I had neck surgery and 2 metal plates put in, and I was like in some serious. It was a fatal accident, and I was in the hospital for a while.
Sir, you've been on warrant status since December of 2023.
Right.
So, no.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, will you please come to the podium? And Mr. Specs, if you'll please have a seat on the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
LWOP
Did you say January 29th, 1984?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 84.
Okay. You were here today for a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a Class 4 felony, 2 counts of aggravated assault on a first responder, a Class 5 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of resisting arrest with physical force, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to these counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on May 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 22nd at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot possess any weapons. Failure to comply with your release conditions or appear for your court date would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond would be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this afternoon. If you have no questions for me, if you will please step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Specs, if you will please come to the podium, and Mr. Jackson, if you will please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Eugene Speck, 7/16/83, my bad.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, a class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of a weapon in a drug offense, a class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony, and 1 count of failing to obey a police officer, a class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to all of the counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on May 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 30th at 8:30. I am inclined to release you to pretrial services without bond. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Yes?
Yes.
You have the following release conditions. You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot possess any weapons. Failure to comply with your release conditions or appear for your court dates will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest, and a bond will be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes.
This completes everything that I needed to advise you of this afternoon. If you have no questions for me, please step to your left. Officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you.
Mr. Jackson, will you please come to the podium? And Ms. Ortiz, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Oh my God. First and last name is Jonathan Jackson. My date of birth is April 14, 2002.
You are here today because a direct complaint was filed. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony, and 1 count of criminal trespass, a class 3 misdemeanor. Hold on. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You will have a status conference hearing on May 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 30th at 8:30. I'm inclined to release you to pretrial services without bond. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear for your court date?
Yes, ma'am.
Failure to comply with your release conditions, which includes that you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime and you cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim. Oh, and I'm so sorry, the date of those alleged offenses is June 25th of 2024. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court date will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest and a bond would be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of. You'll step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. Ms. Ortiz, will you please come to the podium, and Ms. Mr. Al-Rabe, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Ma'am, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Nancy Ortiz, 10/21/67.
You are here today because a grand jury charged you with 1 count of organized retail theft, a class 4 felony. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have an arraignment hearing on May 21st at 8:30. I will make a record that Ms. Ortiz is currently on release in another matter of similar circumstances, different date, and she is on release conditions regarding that matter. And for that reason, I am going to release you on your own recognizance because you are currently out on bond in that matter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You do have to promise to appear for your court date.
I definitely will.
You do have the following release conditions. You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victims, and you cannot have any contact with your alleged co-defendant or co-defendants. Failure to comply with your release conditions or failing to appear for your court date will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest, and a bond would be imposed. That takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of today.
Thank you, Your Honor. I gotta get to my daughter. She's in IC. She tried to commit suicide, and she's 13.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, it'll be released
Thank
today,
you.
and hopefully all will be well. Mr. Alraba, if you'll please come to the podium, and Mr. Richardson, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
Hi, how are you?
Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
January 1st, 2007, and my first name is Mahdi, and last name is Rabai.
You were here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of racing or exhibition of speed, a Class 1 misdemeanor, 1 count of reckless driving, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of exceeding the posted speed limit by 20 miles per hour or more, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to all 3 counts. Due to the nature of the offense, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You do have an arraignment hearing on June 3rd at 1:30. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance today. I will tell you that I strongly considered imposing a bond because I was concerned about the information that I reviewed that I need a probable cause finding. So I do have concerns, but I am going to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
I promise.
Failure to appear for your court date will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest, and a bond will be imposed.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so that takes care of everything I needed to advise you of. Mr. Richard Dunn, if you'll please come to the podium, and Ms. Hines, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Justin Richardson, 8/10/2001.
Should there be an S in your name? Or, because I have...
It's RICHARDSON.
So his...
It is messed up.
Okay, we're going to correct it. That's why I'm verifying the information. Yeah. Okay, but your date of birth is August 10th, 2001? Okay.
Yeah.
You were here on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of hit and run, damaging a vehicle, and failing to remain at scene. A Class 2 felony. Not a Class 2 felony, Class 2 misdemeanor. So sorry. Completely different. I did find probable cause as to that count. Due to the nature of the offense, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You do have an arraignment hearing on May 29th at 1:30. I am going to release you on your own recognizance today. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, Your Honor.
You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court date will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest, and a bond would be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so if you will go ahead, and the officer is going to give you the corrected paperwork, and then you can go ahead and go back into holding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Hines, will you please come to the podium, and Mr. Bolden, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Moni Hines, 8/23/88.
You are here today because you have a warrant out of North Mesa Justice Court. Due to the nature of the offense, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You do have an arraignment hearing scheduled for May 29th at 1 p.m. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance. I had an opportunity to review a little bit of the underlying charge. It looks like you missed a court date, and that is why this warrant was issued.
Yeah.
So I'm giving you an opportunity to go to court. If you do not, the recommended bond is $500.
I'll go to court.
So if you fail to appear and you come back, at a minimum, you're going to have a $500 bond. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. So I think that's pretty much all I have to advise you of at this time. If you'll please step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you.
Mr. Bolden, will you please come to the podium? And Mr. Elisha, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
It's Cardell Bolden, 11/5/75.
You were here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to both counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on May 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 30th at 8:30. I'm inclined to release you to pretrial services without bond. You do have to promise to appear for your court dates. Do you promise to appear?
I do.
Failure to appear for your court dates or comply with your release conditions, which include that you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime, will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest and a bond would be imposed. Do you understand?
I do.
Okay, so that takes care of everything that I have to advise you of this evening. If you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Elisha, if you'll please come to the podium. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Josiah license 092202.
Did you say September 22nd, 2002? You were here on 3 matters. You have 2 warrants as a fugitive of justice, and you have a new case. I'm going to first talk to you about your new case. You were charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault, Class 5 felony, 1 count of criminal damage, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of criminal trespass on the 2nd degree, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to all counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference hearing on May 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 22nd at 8:30, and you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. Your release conditions are that you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime, you cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victims, and you cannot possess any weapons. Then as to your warrants as a fugitive of justice, both of your warrants are out of Texas for 2 separate offenses. As a fugitive of justice, you do have a right to an extradition hearing. You would be entitled to bond, and extradition requires that a warrant be signed by both the governor here in Arizona and the governor in Texas. That process can take between 60 and 90 days. You also have the right to waive an extradition hearing. If you choose to waive an extradition hearing, you would not be entitled to bond. The issuing state would have 30 days from tomorrow to pick you up if you had no other pending matters. Because you do have local charges pending right now, the 30 days would not start until that matter was resolved or concluded. Did you have an opportunity to read the placard that gave you the information regarding your rights? Do you know how you would like to proceed?
I don't know to.
You don't know how to proceed?
No.
So today, typically when a person does not know how to proceed, I do not waive their rights. You would have a fugitive of justice hearing on June 2nd at 1:30. On your first warrant, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000. On the second one, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $20,000. So between the 3 cases, you have a total secured appearance bond in the amount of $75,000. In both of the fugitive of justice, the initial hearings will be on June 2nd at 1:30.
I'm gonna waive my hearing.
Waiving your hearing will not make the 30 days happen any sooner for you.
I know, I just want to waive it. I don't care about the bond.
I mean, so do you understand that you would still be sitting in custody until your new case is resolved?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and go over some information with you first. I have to ask you a series of questions. So my understanding is that you want to sign the paperwork to waive your right to an extradition hearing, correct? And you did have an opportunity to review the placard that reviewed your rights with you. Do you understand that you do not have to sign the paperwork? You have to answer yes out loud.
Yes.
And do you understand that you have the right to an extradition hearing?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to hire an attorney at your own expense?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to demand that a governor's warrant be signed by both the governors here in Arizona and the governor in Texas?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to bail?
Yes.
Do you want to give up those rights and sign the paperwork?
Yes.
Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to sign the paperwork?
No.
Have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication in the last 24 hours?
Yes.
In taking any drugs, medication, or alcohol, does it affect your ability to understand what you're doing here today?
No.
No? I find that you have knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily are signing the waiver, and I'm going to sign it also. I am directing the Sheriff's Office to notify the requesting state that you are ready to return. The requesting state will have 30 days from tomorrow to pick you up unless there are local charges pending. If there are local charges pending, the 30 days will not start until the conclusion of that case. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, so I am signing the paperwork for you. Okay, Giselle, do you see my signature on your end?
Yes.
Okay, so if you'll step forward, you'll need to sign off on the paperwork.
Right, big and slow for me, please. And you'll sign one more time. You're gonna look that up for me again? Yeah, you have to sign 2 more times. And 1 more time. Okay, you're done.
So Giselle, I guess I'm going to go ahead and call the house call so you could be interpreter.
The interpreter's on.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Great. Is the interpreter able to hear the court? Is the interpreter able to hear the court?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm so sorry if you were speaking. I could not hear your response. All right, I'm calling the matter that requires your
sorry,
assistance.
I was mute, so I had to turn it on.
Okay, Mr. Kong, if you will please come to the podium.
Not sure. Just wondering.
Are you not able to hear?
I tried to turn on the video, but it's not working.
All right, are you able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so I just called him into the courtroom and I needed for you to interpret what I said.
How do you spell his name?
How
do you spell?
Khung.
Xin ông Khương lên chỗ bục phát biểu đi.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sir, can you please state your first and last name?
Ông vui lòng cho biết tên họ đầy đủ của ông là gì?
Tên Đạt Minh Khương.
My name is Đạt Minh Khương.
Can you please state your date of birth?
Ngày tháng năm sinh của ông là ngày mấy, ông vui lòng cho biết?
Tháng 12 ngày 25 1976.
December 25th, 1976.
You are here today on a new case.
Ngày hôm nay ông có mặt cho một vụ mới.
Dạ.
You were charged with one count of sexual abuse, a class 3 felony.
Ông bị cáo buộc về tội lạm dụng tình dục và tội đại hình.
One count of indecent exposure, a class 6 felony.
Một tội danh á, là tội phơi bài không đứng đắn, là một tội danh tội đại hình loại 6.
One count of molestation of a child, a class 2 felony.
Một tội danh là tội lạm dụng trẻ em và tội đại hình.
One count of child abuse, a class 2 felony.
Tội thứ hai là tội ngược đãi trẻ em, tội đại hình.
And one count of endangering the life or health of a minor, a class 1 misdemeanor.
Tội kế tiếp là tội có thể gây nguy hiểm đến tính mạng cho trẻ em.
I did find probable cause as to all of the charges.
Tôi đã nhận thấy có lý do chính đáng để truy tố các tội trên.
I did appoint an attorney to represent you.
Tôi đã chỉ định một luật sư đại diện cho ông.
You have a status conference hearing on May 20th at 8:30.
Ngày 20 tây tháng 5 vào lúc 8:30 sáng là có một cái phiên họp về cập nhật tình trạng tố tụng.
You have a preliminary hearing on May 22nd at 8:30.
Ngày 22 tháng 5 lúc 8:30 là ông có phiên tòa sơ bộ.
You have a cash bond in the amount of $150,000.
Và ông có cái tiền bảo lãnh tại ngoại được ấn định là 150.000. Cái ngày họp đó là ngày 28 tháng 5 và ngày phiên tòa sơ bộ là 30 tháng 5 nha.
If you are able to post bond,
nếu như mà có thể đóng tiền bảo lãnh tại ngoại,
you will be released to pretrial services.
Và sẽ được chuyển qua bên cơ quan phụ trách về chuẩn bị xét xử.
On electronic monitoring.
Và theo dõi qua thiết bị điện tử. Xin lỗi, cái ngày đầu là đúng rồi, 20 tây với 22 tây.
You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime.
Ông không được trở lại hiện trường nơi mà được xem là đã có hành vi phạm tội.
You cannot have any contact with the alleged victim.
Ông không được tiếp xúc với người được báo là nạn nhân.
You cannot have any contact with minors.
Không được tiếp xúc với trẻ em.
And you cannot possess any weapons.
Và không được sở hữu bất kỳ vũ khí nào, súng ống, đạn dược.
Failure to comply with your release conditions.
Nếu như mà không tuân thủ theo những cái điều kiện được tại ngoại.
Or failure to appear for your court date.
Hoặc không đến tòa vào đúng ngày hẹn.
Will result in the forfeiture of any bond you post.
Và như vậy thì cái tiền bảo lãnh tại ngoại sẽ bị tịch thu.
A warrant will issue for your arrest.
Và sẽ bị phát lệnh truy nã, bắt giữ.
Additional bond would be imposed.
Và lúc đó là sẽ bị áp dụng một khoản bảo lãnh tại ngoại khác.
This completes my advisement to you.
Đây là hoàn tất cái phần mà thông báo về quyền lợi của ông.
If you will please step to the left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Rồi như vậy thì sĩ quan cảnh sát ở đây là sẽ đưa cho ông cái giấy tờ.
Dạ. Em có câu hỏi chứ? Em có câu hỏi chứ chị?
May I have a question?
Your question should only be related to your release conditions and not about your case.
Nếu như mà có bất kỳ câu hỏi nào đó thì chỉ được hỏi những gì liên quan tới những cái quy định hoặc là những cái điều mình phải tuân thủ khi được tại ngoại mà thôi. Không nói về hồ sơ của mình.
Dạ em muốn hỏi là cái tiền mà đóng tại ngoại á, là mình phải đóng bao nhiêu tiền? Đóng theo cái phần trăm của cái số tiền đó hay đóng hết 100 mấy chục ngàn đó luôn? Mà đóng như thế nào?
How much is the bond amount and how much I should actually pay? Is that how many percent or at the full amount I have to pay? And how I could pay?
The full amount is $150,000.
Tổng số tiền là 150.000 đô.
Em phải đóng hết 150.000 đô hả?
I have to post $150,000.
Yes.
Đúng vậy.
Em đóng liền hay là khi nào đóng?
When can I post bail?
There's information in the back if you need to contact the bail bondsman.
Ở phía sau tờ giấy có thông tin để liên hệ với bên những cái chỗ mà nó dịch vụ về bảo lãnh tại ngoại đó.
It will also give you information on how to post bond.
Ở đây thư ký tòa sẽ đưa giấy cho biết là cách thức để mà làm thế nào để đóng tiền bảo lãnh tại ngoại.
Mà khi em đóng rồi khi em trở lại tòa thì cái tiền nó trả lại cho em hay là em phải mất luôn cái tiền đó?
After I post bail, when I come back to the court, will I receive my money back or I will lose the amount?
There's a certain process that you have to go through, going through the process of the court proceeding. So you don't just get your money back.
Có một số quy trình để mà thực hiện trong tòa và anh không có lấy lại tiền.
I believe, my understanding is that the bond would be returned upon the completion of the case.
Khi nào mà hoàn thành xử xong xuôi rồi đó, ra án xong xuôi rồi đó thì người mới có trả lại tiền bảo lãnh tại ngoại.
The purpose of bond is to ensure that you appear for all of your court dates.
Tiền bảo lãnh tại ngoại đóng để bảo đảm rằng anh phải có mặt trong tất cả các ngày tòa.
Yeah.
I believe that that's pretty much all I can answer at this time.
Tôi tin rằng là tôi chỉ trả lời được nhiêu đó vào thời điểm này thôi.
Dưới cho em hỏi là em có thể gọi cho vợ em nhà được không để hỏi về vấn đề trả tiền này.
I believe I've already indicated. I'm not answering any more questions. I believe I've answered all the possible questions that concern release conditions.
Tôi đã trả lời hết tất cả những các câu hỏi liên quan tới cái điều kiện mà được bảo lãnh tại ngoại.
Dạ.
Yes.
Madam Interpreter, thank you so much for your assistance this evening. You may be excused.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Mr. Michael Koda, date of birth, April 24th, 1998, is not present in court physically due to disruptive behavior. He is here on 2 warrants that were issued as a result of petitions to revoke probation. I did appoint an attorney to represent him in both matters. He has a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on May 21st at 8:30. His first warrant has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750. Actually, both of his warrants have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750. So his total secured appearance bond is $1,500. He will be advised that if he is able to post bond and he fails to appear for his court dates, any bond that he posted would be forfeited. A warrant would issue for his arrest, and additional bond would be imposed. After I meet with Mr. Cota, if any changes are needed, I will do so either on the record or in writing. This concludes our 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar, and we stand in recess until 8 p.m. Good evening, you may be seated. I'll be with everybody in just a minute. I'm having an issue with my computer, it's just frozen. Good evening. This is the time set for the 8 p.m. initial appearance calendar. The court for May 14th, 2025. The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 1st of this month will apply to all matters on this calendar. Hold on, something's like I can't. Okay, it was like frozen. Oh, okay. Okay. I apologize for that delay. I was having some technical difficulties. I am going to be calling each of you up to the podium one by one, where I will be advising you, I will ask you for your first and last name and your date of birth. I will then advise you as to why you are here, whether or not an attorney has been appointed to you, what your future court dates are, what your bond is, if you are eligible for bond, and what your upcoming, and what your release conditions will be. Some of you may have some questions while I'm providing this advisement to you. I would just ask that you hold your questions until I complete that advisement. Also, I will caution you that your questions should only be directed towards your release conditions and not your case. Any legal questions that you may have should be directed towards your attorney. The first person that I'm calling to the podium is Mr. Rivas. if you will come to the podium, and Mr. Sweat, if you will please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Yes, ma'am. Richard Reeves, February 18th, 1986.
Hello. You are here today because of a new case. You were charged with 4 counts of aggravated assault. The date of those offenses. Okay, this is, the date of the offense is wrong, Karina. The date of the offense is today, and I have it as November. So, can I just go in and change?
Yeah, we can change it. Oh.
Am I looking at something wrong? Because I'm looking at the Form 4.
Form 4 has dated as...
Hold on a second. Why do I? Okay, got it. All right, so you were charged with 4 counts of aggravated assault, which are Class 3 felonies, alleged to have occurred on November 9th of 2024. I did find probable cause as to the counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference hearing on May 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 22nd at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime, you cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victims, and you cannot possess any weapons. Failure to comply with your release conditions or appear for your court dates would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you posted. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. This completes everything that I needed to advise you of. If you have no questions for me, regarding your release conditions, if you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
I do have a quick question. So I was supposed to fly out tomorrow for the weekend. No? Okay.
And I mean, if you are able to post bond, you will, and I don't believe that you can leave the state at this time with these charges pending.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Sweat, if you will please come to the podium, and Mr. Hiram Sanchez, if you will please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
John C. Sweat, 82272.
You are here today for a new case. You were charged with 1 count of aggravated assault, temporary disfigurement, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause as to that count, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on May 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 22nd at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $25,000. If you are able to post bond, you cannot have any contact with the alleged victim, and you cannot possess any weapons. Failure to comply with your release conditions or appear for your court dates would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. This completes my advisement to you. If you have no questions for me regarding your release conditions, if you'll please step to your left.
I don't know. I don't really understand the whole thing, but I don't understand. I don't understand.
Well, I've appointed an attorney to represent you, and so your attorney will be able to advise you as to the legal value of your case, as well as the facts and circumstances that resulted in the charging.
Am I going to be in jail?
If you're not able, your secured appearance bond is $25,000, so that's 10% of $25,000. So your bond is $2,500 plus collateral.
May I ask why I'm being charged for what you said was a Class 1?
No, I said a Class 3.
Class 3?
I'm sorry, Class 4.
A Class 1?
No, Class 4.
Class 4? I'm sorry, I'm hard hearing, ma'am. I'm
That's
sorry.
okay.
Okay. Well, what is it? I mean, I don't...
The
I don't
charge
understand the
as
severity. I'm not understanding just like what it is and why I was charged with it. Honestly, I don't know, ma'am. I don't know.
The alleged facts is that you assaulted somebody to the degree where it resulted in a facial fracture. that's the significant fact for the charging.
Okay.
That's it. I mean,
Okay,
everything else,
I just didn't, I wasn't explaining, Your Honor, that was all. I just didn't know.
That's okay. I
Yes,
think
ma'am.
that I did appoint an attorney to you, and they'll probably be able to advise you further.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sanchez, if you will please come to the podium, and Mr. Udil Gerardo, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir, can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Harold Jr.
I'm sorry?
Harold Jr.
And what is your date of birth?
287.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of aggravated domestic violence, a Class 5 felony, and 1 count of disobeying or resisting a court order or mandate, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to that count, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on May 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 22nd at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $7,500. If you are able to post bond, you'll be released to pretrial services on electronic monitoring. You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim, and you cannot possess any weapons. You must, I do have to correct this order. I am aware that there is an order of protection. You must comply with that order of protection. If there's an order against harassment, you must comply with the terms of that as well. If you violate the no victim contact order in this case, you could be charged with aggravated harassment, which is a Class 6 felony. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court dates would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. This completes my advisement to you. If you will please step to your left, the officer is going to give you your paperwork. He'll bring it into you. You can go ahead and have a seat. He'll bring it into you. Mr. Udil, if you'll please come to the podium, and Mr. Gilmore, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Gerardo Udil. Well, sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Gerardo Trinidad Cuello, 10/18/1977.
You are here today because the warrant issued as a result of a petition to revoke your probation. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on May 21st at 8:30. The warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750. If you are able to post bond, you must make sure that you appear for your court date. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of any bond you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. This completes my advisement to you. If you have any questions for me regarding release, if you will step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you. So step to your left.
Thank you.
Mr. Gilmore, will you please come to the podium, and Ms. Sierra Rodriguez, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first, last name, and your date of birth?
Brian Gilmore, 2/18/79.
You are here today because you have a direct complaint, a new case, and 3 warrants for probation violation. So I'm going to start with the direct complaint. You were charged with 1 count of criminal damage, a Class 4 felony. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in that matter. You have a status conference hearing on May 20th at 8:30, a preliminary hearing on May 22nd at 8:30. You do have a placeholder bond in the amount of $50. On your new case, you were charged with 1 count, and on that new case, the criminal damage was alleged to have occurred on April 4th 2024. On your new case, you were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to both counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on May 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 22nd at 8:30, and you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. As to your violations of probation, I did appoint an attorney to represent you in those matters as well. You do have a probation revocation hearing on May 21st at 8:30. One of your warrants has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100. Another one has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. And the last one also has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. So your total bond between all of your cases is $1,150. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim as far as the criminal damage case goes. You must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court dates will result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. So this takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of regarding all of your cases and your release conditions. If you have no questions for me regarding your release conditions, if you will please step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you. Ms. Rodriguez, will you please come to the podium? And Mr. Stanzig, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Yes, Sierra Rodriguez, date of birth 1389.
You are here today because the warrant was issued as a result of a petition to revoke your probation was filed. There was actually 2. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in both matters. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on May 21st at 8:30. Each of the warrants had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. Your total bond is $500 secured appearance. If you are able to post bond, you must appear for your court date. If you fail to do so, any bond you post will be forfeited. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me regarding release, if you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Sandvig, if you'll please come to the podium, and Ms. Smith, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
Good morning, Your Honor, or evening.
Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Dustin Sandberg, 122,000.
You are here today because you have 1 new case and then you have 2 warrants for probation violation.
2 warrants?
You had 2 separate cases, so there was a violation in each of those cases.
I didn't know there was 2.
Okay, hold on a second. So let me just advise you, okay? So on your new case, you were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony, and 1 count of criminal trespass, a class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to all 3 counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on May 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 22nd at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. As to your violations of probation, I appointed an attorney to represent you in those matters. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on May 21st at 8:30. One of your warrants has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $550. The other one is for $750. So your total secured appearance bond between the 3 cases.
What was the second warrant for? I know the probation one, but two warrants, that doesn't...
So you are on probation in case number 20241588680001 and 20241076570001.
I thought they were all running on my probations concurrent. That's what I was told.
So you are,
So-
but so you violated
I was
probation
told-
in both of those cases. Concurrent means that you just get to serve probation at the same time for both cases. So if you violate your probation as to one, then you would violate your probation as to the other. So that's why you have the two probation violations. So your total secured appearance bond is $1,800. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victims. You must appear for your court date. Failure to comply with your release conditions or appear for your court date would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond would be imposed.
Can I make a recommendation?
No, I don't take recommendations from defendants.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Ms. Smith, will you please come to the podium, and Mr. Balanzar, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
Hello, Your Honor.
Can you please state your first and last name and date of birth?
Shaniqua Smith, January 11, 1993.
You are here today because a warrant was issued when you failed to appear for a court date. An attorney was already appointed to represent you. You do have a non-witness possible disposition hearing on May 21st at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100. If you're able to post bond, you must comply with release conditions as they are reflected, as well as appear for your court date. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you may post. I noticed that you were starting to say something. Would you like to complete the sentence that you were beginning?
I'm not sure if the motion to quash the warrant has been put through by Jessica, I believe her last name is Hall. That's my defense attorney on the case. I was in core civic.
The motion was filed, but it had not been ruled on, so it's still an active warrant. The motion was filed on May 7th. Usually, the judge has, so the state would have 10 days from the time that the motion was filed to respond, and then for the court to rule on it. So that motion to quash was just filed last Wednesday. The court has not ruled on it as of today, when I'm looking at the docket.
Okay. And also, the only reason why I had missed my probation was because of me being in core civic. I wasn't able to report in. The officers wouldn't give me the probation officer's number. They left it in my property in Mesa while I was taken out to Florence.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and ask you to just have a seat inside. I will call your case back up after I have an opportunity to look at it a little closer.
Thank you.
Please don't, so we're not done with her matter, I'm going to call her back in at the end of the calendar. Mr. Balanzar, will you please come to the podium? And Ms. Carson, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Carlos Balanzar Aparicio, October 28, 1991.
You are here today because you have a warrant out of Agua Fria Justice Court. Due to the nature of the offense, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You do have an arraignment hearing on June 2nd at 10:30. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear for your court date?
Yes, ma'am.
I will let you know that in looking at the warrant that was issued out of Justice Court, the recommendation was a cash bond in the amount of $1,045. If you do not appear for your court date, that bond will likely be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if you'll please step to your left, the officer will, Then you have also a violation of probation. I appointed an attorney to represent you in that matter. You have a probation, revocation, possible disposition hearing on May 21st at 8:30. I am going to release you on your own recognizance in that matter as well, again, with the promise to appear. Do you promise to appear? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Failure to appear for your court date would result in a warrant issuing for your arrest, and a bond will be imposed. So that takes care of everything I needed to advise you this evening. If you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Carson, will you please come to the podium? And Mr. Orr, will you please have a seat in the chair? Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Gracie Carson, June 30th, 1986.
You are here today because a direct complaint was filed where you were charged with 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. The date of those alleged offenses is February 25th of 2023. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a status conference hearing on May 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 30th at 8:30. I am going to release you to pretrial services without bond. You do have to promise to appear for your court dates. Do you promise to appear for your court dates?
Yes, ma'am.
Failure to appear for your court dates or to comply with your release conditions will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest and a bond will be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So that completes everything that I needed to advise you of. If you have no questions for me regarding release, if you look up to your left, officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Orr, will you please come to the podium? And Mr. Aya, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
Morning, or afternoon, night, Your Honor.
Hello. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Branson Orr,
Your date of birth?
11/20/93.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. The date of these alleged offenses is May 13th of 2025. I did find probable cause, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on May 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 30th at 8:30. I am inclined to release you to pretrial services without bond, but you do have to promise to appear for your court dates. Do you promise to appear?
Yes.
Failure to appear for your court dates or to comply with your release conditions will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest and a bond would be imposed. This takes care of everything I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, you will please step to your left. Officer will give you your paperwork.
Can I ask you a question? I didn't hear what you said. Did you say
I'm releasing you to pretrial services without bond.
Okay, what does that mean?
You will be on supervised release. And so you're going to receive a packet that will give you all the information about what you're responsible for.
I do also have a question. So, am I going to the county jail?
So I'm going to answer this question for the last time because I've answered it 3 times already.
I'm sorry,
I said I'm releasing you to pretrial services without bond. So you're being released on supervised release.
And I'll ask the next person. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Aya, will you please come into the courtroom? Please come to the podium. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Marquis Ayala, 10/18/1990.
Thank you. You are here today because a direct complaint was filed where you were charged with 2 counts of aggravated DUI for driving with a suspended or revoked license for a previous DUI, Class 4 felony, and 2 counts of aggravated DUI because of it being your 3rd DUI, also a Class 4 felony. The date of these alleged offenses is September 22nd of 2024. This has to be corrected. I did appoint counsel to represent you in this matter. And you have a status conference hearing on May 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 30th at 8:30. I am inclined to release you to pretrial services without bond, but you do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
You have the following release conditions. You are going to be required to participate in alcohol testing and monitoring, and you have to appear for your court dates. Failure to appear for your court dates or comply with your release conditions will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest, and a bond will be imposed. You were asking about the dates. The dates will be on your paperwork. That will be given to you momentarily. Did you have any other questions?
I have 2 questions. When you said release without bond.
I said that means I'm not imposing a bond on you.
Okay.
releasing you, you don't have to pay a bond.
And then second one, if I was gonna, I know you said the out-of-state thing, if I'm supposed to be in a wedding for my family this weekend, am I able to leave the state? It's in Denver.
You're not supposed to leave the state
Okay,
when you're pending charges.
okay,
But your paperwork has the phone number for the office of your attorney, so you should contact them.
okay.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Smith, will you please come back into the courtroom? Ms. Smith, I reviewed the motion that your attorney filed asking to quash the warrant, trying to figure out typically if there's detailed information or if that is provided to counsel, that's typically reflected in the motion. It looks like you did not appear to court and you contacted your attorney and you just asked her to file a motion to quash and you promised that you'd come back for your next court date. It looks like what happened.
I was told by my probation officer to call my defense attorney. This was on the Wednesday because I was not told that I had court on that morning. It was supposed to be at 8:30 Wednesday morning after my release on Tuesday. My release was Tuesday the 6th, and my defense attorney for that case, all they had told me was that I would have a warrant. They didn't tell me that I had court the following morning. So by the time I got out of Mesa, like they did.
Okay, I'm not sure what you're talking about because I'm looking at the docket. You were seen here on April, looks like you were seen here on April 3rd.
To quash a warrant, yes?
No, that's not what I'm talking about. You're talking about how you were in custody, you were released, and you said you were never told. I'm looking at the order that you received when you were here in the IA court, and this order was signed, you were seen by your probation judge on April 3rd, and you signed it as well. You signed the release order telling that you acknowledged that you had court on May 7th. So you were told and you received the paperwork and you signed up on the paperwork that you had court. So you were told, you were aware, and you did not appear.
I misread it or did not read that part on there, but I do not remember a court date for the 7th.
So
I'm sorry.
So I'm affirming the warrant. The judge, she issued a warrant and she had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100. So I think it's...
I apologize, then that's my fault. I didn't realize that I'd signed for that.
Okay, so that's it. I mean, I looked into it to try to figure out what was going on and to see what happened, and so that's what happened. So I believe this takes care of everything that I have to advise you of this evening. If you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Victims are often entitled.
Is the interpreter able to hear the court?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell me your name and your ID number?
Of course, my name is Luis, interpreter ID 399205.
And are you certified to interpret court proceedings?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor. Sorry.
Okay. I will just ask that if at any point in time something happens where you don't feel like you're able to proceed, if you will please advise the court before leaving the hearing so that we are aware that we need to find another interpreter.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Medina, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
It's August 18th, 19. Oh, sorry.
Sí, señor Medina, ¿me puede dar su primer nombre, apellido y fecha de nacimiento, por favor?
Luis Ríos,
August 1993.
So you said that you needed an interpreter, but you're responding in English.
It's because I don't understand everything, but...
So if you are requesting an interpreter, then you have to wait for the interpreter to interpret, and you must answer in Spanish.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so we're going to start from the beginning. Mr. Medina, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Luis Ríos.
Señor Medina,
Oh, adelante.
¿me puede dar su primer nombre y apellido, por favor, y fecha de nacimiento?
Luis Ríos, 18 de agosto de 1993.
Okay. Luis Ríos, August 18th of 1993.
Sir, you are here today on a new case.
Ok, sí, señor, usted está aquí debido a un caso.
You were charged with one count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument, a Class 3 felony.
Sí, señor, entonces usted está aquí por una agresión agravada con, ¿verdad?, un arma. Y eso es un delito de clase 3.
One count of endangerment, a Class 6 felony.
Y una cuenta de peligro, esa es un delito de clase número 6.
One count of criminal damage, a Class 6 felony.
También un delito de daño criminal, clase número 6.
And one count of DUI, liquor, drugs, vapor, or combination, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
También, señor, está aquí debido a conduciendo o bajo intoxicación.
I did find probable cause as to all of the charges.
Ok, sí, señor, y sí encontré causa probable a estos cargos.
I did appoint an attorney to represent you.
Sí, puse a un abogado para que lo pueda representar a usted.
You will have a status conference hearing on May 20th at 8:30.
Sí, señor, tiene entonces que usted presentarse ante la corte el 20 de mayo a las 8:20 de la mañana.
Sorry, you will have a preliminary hearing on May 22nd at 8:30.
Sí, señor, y usted tenía una audiencia de preliminaria el 22 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana.
You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $15,000.
Y sí tiene un vínculo con un total de $15,000.
If you are able to post bond, you'll be released to pretrial services.
Y si puede agarrar una financia posterior, ¿verdad?, usted lo podrán dejar ir.
Where you will participate in drug and alcohol testing and monitoring.
Y usted tendrá que participar en un exámenes donde lo estarán checando por drogas y alcohol.
You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime.
Y no puede regresar a la escena donde sucedió el crimen.
You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim.
Y tampoco no puede presentar ningún contacto con la víctima.
Failure to comply with your release conditions.
Entonces, si usted no puede, no falla con estas consecuencias que se le dieron.
Or failure to appear for your court dates.
O tampoco si falla en aparecerse en su día de corte.
Will result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post.
Será cancelado cualquier vínculo posterior que usted que se le presente a usted.
A warrant would issue for your arrest,
Se le presentará una orden de arresto
and an additional bond could be imposed.
y también, ¿verdad? Y también una orden judicial se puede poner a prueba.
This completes my advisement to you.
Y con esto completamos, ¿verdad? Mi sugerencia a usted.
If you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Y por favor, pase a su lado izquierdo, el oficial le dará su papeleo.
Mr. Interpreter, that concludes the interpreter matters that we have. Thank you for helping us out this evening.
Thank you, Your Honor. You have a wonderful rest of your evening as well.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
We have to clear?
Yeah.
Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
My first and last name is Aram Cheesebrow, ARAMCHEESEBROW. Birthday is July 10th, 1977.
You are here today because a warrant was issued when a petition was filed to revoke your probation. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on May 21st at 8:30. The warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. If you are able to post bond, you must appear for your court dates. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of any bonds you post. Another warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This completes everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, feel free to step to your left. The officer will give you your paperwork.
No, I'm fine. Thank you, Your Honor.
Do we know why Mr. Vance is a house call? Number 18. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Taj Wolford, 12/16/1989.
You are here today because a warrant was issued when a petition was filed to revoke your probation. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on May 21st at 8:30. The warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. If you are able to post bond, you must appear for your court date. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you posted. A warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Yes, I have some questions. You say I have a probation violation. What did I do? Because nobody haven't told me what probation I have violated, and for sure, I haven't violated no probation. So I'm kind of confused, and I'm just trying to figure out what did I...
According to the petition, it says that you committed a crime of criminal damage, a domestic violence offense, on February 6th of 2025, disorderly conduct, a domestic violence offense alleged to have occurred on February 6th of 2025, and that you did not participate or remain in sex offender treatment as directed. And on May 7th, you were unsuccessfully discharged from treatment because you did not comply with the treatment program rules. So those are the allegations. I'm not here to dispute them. You just wanted to know why. That's the allegations that's in the petition.
But that don't sound correct because I just went to class last week, and I go to class every week.
But you were unsuccessfully discharged for non-compliance with the rules. So if you have any argument or dispute, that's for you to raise with your attorney.
Okay.
You ask me why. I'm just telling you what the petition says. Those were the reasons why your probation was revoked.
It's because the domestic violence. I wasn't even at the house, so how did I?
Don't talk to me about your case. You just asked, and so I'm telling you that those were the reasons why they put in the petition. That's pretty much all I can tell you. I don't know anything else.
And you said that February 6th, and you said because I got discharged from my class.
Those were the reasons in the petition.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
It looks like number 18 was invalid.
Mr. Dion Vance, date of birth, February 19th, 1994, is not present in court in person due to combative behavior. Mr. Vance is here today because 3 warrants were issued when he failed to appear for a court date. An attorney had already been appointed to represent him in all 3 matters. He has a status hearing on all 3 matters on May 21st at 1:30. Each warrant has a cash-only bond in the amount of $50, so his total bond is $150 cash. Mr. Vance will be advised that if he fails to appear for his court date, any bond that he posts will be forfeited. Warrants will issue for his arrest again, and additional bond could be imposed. If there are any changes or corrections that are needed after meeting with Mr. Vance, I will do so either on the record or in writing. This concludes our 8 p.m. initial appearance calendar, and we stand in recess until 11 p.m.